This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is now Sunday evening, August 23rd. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. I'm on just a few minutes early. I usually come on at 6 p.m. on Sunday nights, and I may go later. I've been informed that Juju, who usually streams at 10 o'clock after my stream, is no longer going to stream on nights because of a change in her job situation. So I may just go as late as my body can tolerate. And it may not be past 10, or it may be. So welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I finished my pomander, and I'm noticing that the orange, either the color of the clothes is making it darker, or the clothes is actually making the orange peel a little darker. I found that very interesting. It is going to set out in the air and dry. I'm going to set it up here. And I found this cameo. So which way it goes? I think it goes like this. It's an interesting piece. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I think it might be a tree of some sort or a flower. I'm just not sure exactly, but I like it. And I thought yesterday was Sunday, and it was Saturday. And after my stream, I messaged Beth, and I knew she wouldn't take it the wrong way. She never does. She's a sweetie. But I do not like bouncing in on somebody's time, personally. That's just my personal reaction. Of course, she says, Meri, the internet's free. No, I don't mind. I never get mad. And I know she doesn't, but she's just a sweetie. And but I'm kind of irritated at myself. I thought it was Sunday. Well, today is Sunday, so I'm going to go ahead and do my stream today. Yesterday, we worked in my Paste-A-Page journal, and we did this page, which was really fun. This is VCR tape, and I'm so surprised that I just glued it down with a glue stick, and it is staying really good. We did this tag yesterday. It is a mini ha-ha tag, and I might add something underneath this in here. Just to, if this flips off, there'll be something in there. So, but I did a mystery project yesterday where I have a whole stack of boxes that have a lace tablecloth over by my closet door. And I'm going to begin pulling those boxes out and doing things. And that's where this VCR tape came from. My viewers agonized with me on how to get those tapes open. They keep telling me there's a button, but I don't see a button. But I'm not going to work in this. Tonight, I'm going to do another little snippet row of mini. I have a whole package of smaller fussy cuts. And I ordered some tape from Amazon, and I thought it was the 2-inch. It looks like it's maybe a 1.5 inch. So I'm going to use this. We're going to work on this right away. And I might do some other things. I have some boxes that I want to cover. My brother eats these State Fair corn dogs. He loves them. And those boxes are really strong, and they'll make really nice kit, K-I-T, kit boxes. Welcome in. I see 12 of you in here. So welcome in, everybody. Let me get off onto my channel on my other phone here so I can welcome folks in. Welcome. Welcome. I'm going to go to my live streams. And I might have to back out here and come back in. Let's close everything because it never quite pulls it. Here. go to my channel, and here I am. I think, yeah, here I am. It's kind of the same thumbnail I had on last night's, but I'll change the thumbnail for tonight after my stream is over with. I've got an ad, and of course, my chat never comes up right away, and I can't even reset it. So the only recourse I have is to pop out and come back in. Turn my sound down. There's Vale. Hi, Vale. Mary, did you sleep well? I slept surprisingly good. What was 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock when we ended our stream? And yeah, this morning, I slept until about 9:45. I'm feeling good. It rained. It's been rainy and cloudy all day, and I knew that was going to happen. Hi, Joyce. Hi, Angie girl. Welcome in, and welcome to everybody who's up in the balcony. Hi, Riley. Looks like a dolphin jumping through a hoop, Mary. Oh, dear. I'm not sure what looks like a dolphin. My striped pages looks like a dolphin jumping through a hoop. I've got to turn the fan toward me. Whew. It's warm in here. Oh, heaven. And then it blows the hair in my eyes, no matter what. Joyce is here, Angie's here, Vale is here. Tammy. Hi, Tammy. Paper Nest, welcome in, welcome in. It's good to see you. Riley is here. Christy, MV. Hi, Ash. Ash H. ASH. Ash. Hey, hey, she says. Hey, hey, hey. Christy MV. And we always get that funny little language sign off of Christy's word. I don't know why. I even went in and it's a preferred language setting, and I unchecked everything, even the English, and I still get that on Christy's word. Dale says, I slept an hour, and then I did prompts with Ginger Pam, and I watched Paint Girly Lori, and then I napped for 3 hours. Well, you were pretty active. Yeah. I am working on getting things organized around here. I brought home some nice boxes from Walmart, and I'm going to sort through some of my things out in the living room and see if I can't clean up a little. That's my job for tomorrow. But I have to also go get my car license, because it should be licensed on your birthday. I've got to go do it, so that's my tomorrow's task. Okay, welcome to everybody who's up in the balcony. Let me fix my chat filter to all messages. I got 13 of you in here already. So these little snippets here have been around for quite a while. And they're smaller ones. And this tape, like I said, I wondered why it was cheaper. It was only like $7.73 at Amazon, and I usually pay 10 something for it at Menards. Well, it's cheaper because it's not the full size. It's not a 2-inch size, let's put it that way. But that's okay, I don't need a 2-inch size. But it is carpet tape. I might keep that cardboard around for a little bit. And see, I think some of my pieces will fit on there nice. And I'm just going to do some snippets here. I'm going to push these up above, get my tag out of the way. That brooch. That tag is going to go in my sunshine journal. Let's see, I'm going to use I got this little poinsettia die cut that I've been... Oh, this is not fully cut yet. There's still a cellophane wrapper around it. So I'm just going to go until I get tired tonight, unless Juju decides she wants to come in. Well, Angie, I don't know what you said. Angie says, I get to go have my... I'm not going to finish that, Angie. The people in chat can read it. You're going to go have a mammogram? Is that a polite way of saying that? Oh, Angie girl. Angie says, if Meri insists on talking things out loud, I'm just gonna embarrass her and have her say whatever. Whatever I spit out. Hi, Belinda. Welcome in. Vale says, Angie, what does that mean? Yeah, we had a rainy day. You know, we've had hot days, but during those hot days, we had storms. And, you know, our grass did not burn up like it usually does in August. And August is about over with. Let's see, I think I want to get some. Let's push these over, and I want to get out some tape here. So when I go get my car license tomorrow, Angie, I want to send off your macrame cord that you can make baskets out of, and I have a mailing that I want to do to Chaz for helping me learn how to operate my 3-hole punch. Yeah, it was locked, and I couldn't get the sweet thing unlocked. Let's see, should I do it this way? No, I do it this way. So what I do is I take my tape, and you can barely see the end of it here, but I tape it to my desk so the sticky side is up. And I tape it over here to the other end. I got to get my tape out. And it's sticky, sticky. That's kind of... And let's straighten this out a little. And then I have a nice, just a nice place where I can put my smaller snippets. Like this is looks like a plate with a rose in it. Or no, is that a face? I think that's a face. F-A-C-E, face. Now, I might have to overlap some But that's okay. We can do that. After all, it's just a snippet roll. Here's a drum. And after I get this done, I'll hold it up so you guys can see it. Mary, look at what Riley said about your cameo above. What did Riley say? I got out of it. What did Riley say? I'm trying everything. Glenda says hi to everybody. And she's laughing at herself. Dee Dee popped in. Hi, Dee Dee. Mary, look at what Riley said. Oh, welcome in, Dee Dee. It's good to see you. Oh, Mary, just clarified. Confusion, Ash says. Hi, Mary. Vale says, Angie, what's that you mean? What did Riley say? Vale said, I slept an hour. Belinda, Ash, Vale. Wait a minute, let me go way up. It's around, oh, it's a dolphin jumping through a hoop? Is that what it is? I saw that jumping through a hoop and I wasn't sure what she meant. A dolphin jumping through a hoop. Let me turn the... I don't get much light from this, but let's see if I can see the dolphin. Here's the hoop. Oh, so the dolphin is jumping through this way? Oh, I think I see it now. I really need better light in here. I see the hoop. I haven't quite made out the dolphin yet. Let me hold it up again for you guys. I see the hoop. I haven't quite made out the dolphin. Is that the dolphin's head here and the body there? You have it upside down. That's natural, Mary. You have it upside down. Like this? I still don't see it. So is this the dolphin up here? Or is this the dolphin? This does not, this looks like, there's nothing broken in this. Is the dolphin here? It's all in one piece. The back is a, I can't read the chat from that window on my phone. I have to go in here. Joy says hello. Angie says hello all. It looks like a dolphin jumping through a hoop. Black, jumping through the gold hoop. The dolphin is black. Oh, this is a dolphin. I see it now. I see it. Here's the hoop and here's the dolphin. Stand back up. I see it now. I do see it. I think you're right. That makes perfect sense. It almost looked like an umbrella to me. But I could, why would they just put a umbrella? I think it is a dolphin jumping through a hoop. Thank you, Riley. Hi, Karen. Welcome in. Dee Dee's laughing. Dee Dee goes, it just takes Mary a little longer. It does, I'll tell you. What did I do dumb yesterday? Well, I thought Saturday night was Sunday night. That's what I did wrong. And so I popped on at 6 o'clock, my regular Sunday night stream. I was probably about halfway through the stream, and I happened to look at my little calendar setting and I'm going, is it Saturday? Belinda says, what's going on with my autocorrect? I don't know, Belinda. I have no idea. Blame it on YouTube. Angie says hello to Karen. Vale says hi to Karen. Thank you, Belinda, for explaining that. No, the dark area is the dolphin. Inky Well is Dee Dee. She says, dumb iPad. The black is the dolphin. Dee Dee's trying to tell me too. I may lose you all, Angie says, but if I do, I will be back. But for now, it's okay. Okay, Angie. If we lose you, we'll wait for you to come back in. It's upside down, Meri. You have it upside. That would be a Meri thing, putting things upside down. You have it upside down. Well, Angie, I never heard of that term. All right. Welcome in, Karen. I am doing a smaller snippet roll. And I'm just taking little, like this is a little, well, you could do either side. This looks like a jar here, a little glass jar, but this one looks like it has gold on it. So I'm going to put it right here. And I think I was fussy cutting like a antique guide, a Covell's antique guide. Here's another one. I'm not sure quite what it is. I'll set that aside for now. This is pretty. I got a whole stack of little, up here, little fussy cuts. I don't know how long it took me to cut these. Here's a cameo. I'm going to have to put that way up if I put it there. Here's another jar. I want something that's more flat, like this. The rounded pieces, you know, I get that little bit of tape where the piece didn't quite cover. It's another jar or glass vase. I like the rectangular ones better. Now I think I'm going to snip it, but maybe not. We'll see. If I snip it, it will cut off the edges here that are overflowing. I snipped my larger ones, but I don't know if I'm going to snip these. There's a little slender jar. This is 2 dogs, and he's not quite, you know, I need a scratch piece of like tissue paper or something. I got my Medicare guide. Let's see what I have up here. I think I have some tissue paper in here. Did I push it in here, or do I still have it out? No, I think I put it in this. Might find something in there to... Well, I could use text paper. I don't see tissue paper. I'll just use a little bit of text. So I hope you guys have had a good weekend. Mine was fairly quiet. I just want to put, no, I don't need that. A little bit of text here. And then this will overlap it. And I should take my glue stick and maybe put some glue on the back of this for the overlap. Like that. This is looks like a safe or a, I'm not sure exactly what that is. It's a black area. Let's put the lid back on the glue stick. That's very subtle, but it might go nice with, I might have to leave this out. So this afternoon went quite fast for me today. Let's see. I'm going to lift this up and snip this roll here, right there. And once this tape is on the carpet tape, it's pretty much on, which is okay, but oh, I kind of like that. And this looks like a thimble or a vase. Here's a pretty whatnot. Now I'm going to have to cut that top part off or it's going to run into her face. Oopsie doodle. Oh, well, where's my, I don't know if that will stick or not. We're going to put it there. I'll trim that off. And what else do I have here? That's pretty. And that just about, let's put some more of that text. And I'll hold this up so you guys can see it. It's just about done. Put some glue on that. Yeah, you should have seen me tearing apart that VCR tape yesterday. I'm not going to do that tonight. So I need some more glue up at the top here. And And here's a part of it there. I won't put you guys through that tonight. Oh, and I didn't get it over here. Doggone it. And once you get this stuff down, it's down. It's down. I might have to trim that up a little. Except for the tiny, tiny parts aren't down. I might be able to put some marker on it, and that might take the stickiness away, but we'll see. So let's pull this up. Put the cap back on my glue for a bit. And I don't think I'm going to snip the sides of these smaller ones, except for here at the bottom. And my pencils are getting in the way. Put them over in the... Whoops, well, that happens. That's tape at the bottom here. Let's cut this off. Of course, I get everything. Hold on. Oh, that was just text. Oh. Let's cut this one off. There we go. Now, let me show this to you up close up so you can see them. Oh no, I want to cut this text off here. But generally, I'm not cutting the sides off. I'm just doing it here, because I wanted to heal the sides. So when I peel these off, this will be all sticker here. And when I put them down, I'll have to glue the overhang. But I think that's the best way. So this is a man's face, I think. It was a plate. And here's the lady. And I think this is a vase. And this was just a circle type decoration. I think this was a rug. You got to understand, these came out of an old antique guide. Let's see if I can snip just the newspaper here. This one actually goes this way, and there was tape under this, so I put a little text page under that. And then this was, I think this was another rug, and a lady, and a lady, and a lady. So those are fun. So let's do another one. Let me come out and look at chat first. Whew. Let me get rid of the littles. I also did some little mini ha-ha little photo dangles type things yesterday. And this gold around here is duct tape. And this was a sticker. And this is black lace. These all came out of when I did my mystery project, what I pulled out was a basket. And it's still behind me. I have it. Well, and then I went hunting in my drawer for something, batteries. I didn't get my batteries. But I found 4 VCR tapes in that drawer. So the basket that I pulled out that I was going to use from is, you know, that's what happens. I'm going to go through a box and clean it out, and I end up with more in the box than when I started. Let me throw that away. Well, it's sticking to my finger. Let's come out and look at chat a little. Let me refresh my chat. Chat filter, all messages. Chaz, hi Chaz. Dee Dee is here. Angie says, Dee Dee, thank you for the kind words. Dee Dee and Janet Young are going to have a Halloween and fall ATC swap. If you go to Dee Dee's channel, let's just go there. Let's go visit Dee Dee. Let's go to channel. There she is, and we'll go to her community tab. Artist trading card swap. Oh, why can't I? There's no link to it. Maybe up here. Share. I think I'll be sharing her community tab, not the link to the post. It won't let me share the link to the post. But the post is right at the top tonight. And let's put it in my chat. D. Willingham. And I'm going to put community tab here. Maybe it'll go to the post. We'll see. Where's my paste? Well, let's go back to Dee Dee. I have a channel activity. Go to channel. Go to community tab. I thought I grabbed that link. See, it won't let me. It just reports or says I'm not interested. But up here, I can share. Copy link. I said it copied it. DEDE space Willingham community. And the post, if this doesn't give the post tonight is right at the top. And we'll go to it here because I have to test my link. Paste. Share. Yeah, it went to her community tab, but the poster's right here at the very top tonight. It'll, as she posts other things, it'll go down. But her, read more. She and Janet Young are hosting, well, it says Janet Young is the host, but Dee Dee shares it and participates, and I kind of see Dee Dee as a partner in this swap. Artist trading card swap ATCs, Halloween and or fall theme. ATCs are 2.5 by 3.5 inches. You send 10 and you get 9 back. Janet, the host, gets to keep 1 from each participant. Isn't that cool? For all the work for the swap. Contact Janet for her mailing address to send your cards. And then Dee Dee gives her mailing address, her email address. No need to sign up. Just send her your cards and a self-addressed stamped envelope. No dimensional elements, please. It adds to postage and makes international shipping more difficult. Originals only. No copies. Due October 10th. That is about 8 weeks from today. No exceptions to this date. If you miss the date, she'll just send them back, yours back to you. Send your cards with a self-addressed stamped envelope, and we recommend at least 3 stamps both ways, or the 10 cards, she meant for the 10 cards. Check your weight to make sure. Postage weight, that is. But Dee Dee, it says I weigh 840 pounds. We will cover the return postage for international postage, but you still need to send the self-addressed return envelope. Please sign the backs of your cards and any socials you want to include. Remember, everyone will see this info, so don't include your home address. And thanks for playing along. If you have any questions, post them on this thread and have fun, Dee Dee and Janet. So I'm going to participate. I think I'm going to carve again. And I think what I was thinking last night, and what I think for sure, that I'm going to do a pumpkin, but do it kind of lacy, if I can get a lacy look on a pumpkin. And, you know, it can be black with yellow for the light, you know, behind it. Now, I was thinking for the fall, I would do a lacy leaf, but I'm not sure. I might change I'm thinking maybe a witch or a scarecrow or something like that. I have to design my ATCs if I want to carve them. And I might do that late night tonight. Since Juju's not going on, I'm going to kind of extend my hours, I think, on Sunday nights. And maybe on Friday nights, too. Juju has a new job, so she's no longer coming on at 10 o'clock. Oh, did Jay pop in? Hi, Jacqueline. Welcome in, girl. Hey, girl, hey. How you doing? How was your weekend? I missed you this weekend, but I understand completely. You should have seen me this weekend. I was a mess. I thought last night was Sunday night. Poor Beth. I bumped her stream. I didn't bump it. I think I don't know if she streamed or not, but I apologized to her because I went on at 6 o'clock. And that's usually, 6 p.m. Eastern, I think, is when Beth comes on. But I don't like doing that personally, coming on when somebody I know is on. It's just a personal preference. I know a lot of people do it, and Beth certainly didn't mind. She says, Meri, I don't get mad on the internet. And I'm going, yeah, but Meri does. Meri feels bad. You know, and I kind of felt stupid, too, for doing that. She says, I'm sure they will turn up. What Miss you, Girlykins, Vale says. You lost your headphones. Oh, dear. Well, they're there someplace. They're there someplace, Jacqueline. Jacqueline says hello to Vale. Who else am I missing? Have I missed anybody else? Yeah, Dee Dee was saying that her directions for that she writes up for the swap, it's an autumn and Halloween swap. I think you do 5 of each. You go ahead and read the directions. Or I don't know if you have to do 5 of each. I'm not sure what I think Angie said she was doing 5 of each. So if you wanted to do 10 Halloween ones, that might go too. I'm not the host, so but I'll probably do 5 of each. I'm just not sure I'm going to do the leaf. I kind of have the design for the pumpkin in my head. And I think it'll probably be fairly easy to, and it'll be a pumpkin, not a jack-o'-lantern. Belinda's here, Chaz is here, Dee Dee's here, Angie's here, Belinda, who else am I missing? Jacqueline, Vale, Karen popped in, Angie, Belinda, Vale, Angie, Belinda. Was it Riley who was here earlier? Up at the top? Some gals came in up at the very top. I can't. Vale, Ash, 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 Christy MV, and I can't go up any further. Let's go down to the bottom. So let's set up another, and I think I'm going to set, yeah, I got this out. I'm thinking about putting this around my pumpkin, but it might be too dark. I might need some red. But let's go ahead and do this. Get it set up on the table here. I need to clean my room behind me. I need to get those boxes and start putting things in boxes. I'll tell you, if there's a spare room, if there's a spare space in my behind me, I'll find it and I'll use it. And let's glue this side down first. And let's go clear over here. And just get this out of the way, get this one out of the way, out of the way, out of the way. And take this tape and put it down. And where's my scissors? Right here. I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna cut this. Now, I've got these things. I don't want them to get messed up. There's some lace here. What else? I think I'm good here. I'll put these over here. Okay. So these are text scraps and things that I looked at but said maybe not this time. Look, I think I have a stop and go light here. A stopping light. And he is not the... I'm going to have to put him on one of these if I use it. Like this. And I think I will. What did I do with my glue stick? Got an ad. Did Sherry Van pop in? Hi, Sherry. Welcome in. I need my Medicare guide. My 2024 Medicare guide is becoming my glue pages, my little pages that I can swap my glue off on. Got a VCR tape. Excuse me. Excuse me. Ah, excuse me. What happened to my text paper here? Let's see, I want to put it on where it's mostly text. I'm going to sneeze. Achoo! Was that the one I was using? Oh no, look what I did. I glued my Medicare guide down. Oh no. Now my fingers are glued down and my tape is rolling away. I think I pulled enough of that up that it's sticky, but I sneezed And that was the end of everything. Oh my goodness sakes. Now, see that this is just super sticky tape. You have to, it'll stick to anything. Like it's sticking here again. Stop it! I did not get it stuck on the, I got it stuck on a piece of paper over here. Let me move this Medicare guide completely out of the way. Yeah. I don't think I'll use that anymore. Let me, and then I need to put this back down. Now what do I do with my tape? And these VCR things, little shards of VCR tape on my desk. Where's the beginning? I think there's still enough stickiness on this that it'll work. What did it catch here? I just don't have enough room to work. All right. So I'm going to tear this. Tear it here. And tear it here. This is the stoplight. Yeah, I think this is plenty sticky yet, even though it's stuck to the Medicare guide. There's enough goo left on it. I'm not sure what that is. I might have cut that one. Let's do this round one. And I'm not sure it's some sort of a gauge or symbol. I'm going to cut this little tab off. And because this is round, I'm going to put it up just a little on the stoplight. Or I might put a little bit of paper under the stoplight. Right in here. And then I'll glue here because it needs to go over that piece. And there's no sticky on it. So this will go right in here. I didn't get that whole thing on there. Let's put a little tab of text here. Okay, we're back. Here's a vase too, but see, when it grows thinner down in here, you're gonna have to have something under it. I'm gonna have to dig out some more of those text pages. Yeah, I should have put that down first, but that's okay. We'll just roll with it. me my fingers back, please. I need something under this. That's why I like the wider ones. Now she's pretty cool, but she's awfully tall. Here's a clock. And I actually like it this way better. It needs a little. Where I didn't get. Well, Meri. Let's put that there. And my clock right here. And before I glue that down, let's put a piece under it for the next one. And we'll glue this little piece down. There. I'll snip that off. These pieces, most of them are irregular, so they aren't fitting the exact one. If this was 1 inch instead of 1.5, it would work better. But I think once I snip the papers off here that are sticking off, they'll be okay. Let me get some more of that text paper out. I might pull some of Jacqueline's pretty paper. Let's pull some of Jacqueline's pretty paper to use underneath of it. I have more, and I'll probably be getting more, hopefully. Let's pull a sheet. Oh. What's this? I could use the doilies. I'm not sure I want to use the doilies. This will work. We might be coming back. There's another sheet. That works great. Thank you, Jacqueline. Just don't put it on top of that strip of paper, she says. And I think I'll tear the margins off. We can still use the margins like we used it here. And let's take one of these. I don't know which one. I'll watch for one to put on this Hiawatha tag. Underneath of this tag, I'll watch for a sticker to put right there. because this one will bounce around. I like this one here. It's a butterfly on a piece of fabric, and there's a bird on the other side. But when it bounces around and you don't have anything there, I'll look for a sticker while I'm doing this to put there. That goes in my sunshine journal. Let's tear this edge. And let's tear it here. And I'll keep those for... No, I think I was doing this one. So I'm going to put this one right here. And where's my scissors? Use my tiny scissors. And then we're going to glue the top edge of this and the bottom edge of it. And we're going to take, where's that short piece? I just had it. The other side of that. But we can use one of these too. Come on. The bottom edge here. And the top edge. Oh, and maybe the side. Because these are not exactly 1.5 inches. I need it on the other side too. I'll just leave that. There we go. And then I'll trim the edgy stuff off. Get these scissors out of the way. What's next? What is next? I have a bottle here, but, well, I could put it on a wide piece. We'll just take that bottle and glue it right there. But I might need a little piece. Is this doubled? I think so. Can't get it open. Why is it so hard to open the... There we go. I'm going to put a piece down here. And let's glue my bottle. All right, what's next? That looks like some sort of a vase. Another vase. Here's another round piece that I didn't get trimmed very well. And I think that'll fit pretty good, except for at the bottom. Whoops, I put it at the top. And I got space for one more longer one. Let me see. What do I have? Oh, this is pretty. I don't know what it is. It looks upside down. It is. It goes like this. Oh, dearie me. I'm going, what is this? Is that the top or the bottom? And that's the bottom, and this is the top, and those are trees. But it'll fit in there if I put a piece on it. And let's just do that. And we'll glue it right on there. And then I'll show you this strip. I've got a scrap on it. Of course, it sticks to my fingers. Can't get it off of my fingers. I'll put it right here. All right, now let's take this one off. And I'll show you the results here. Let me get it off of the... Now I got it stuck onto two of them over here. Throw that away. It's in my way. Take it off up here. Maybe trim or tear that guy. I think I'll leave the others on there, and as I work with them, I'll decide whether I want to trim them down or leave them as they are. But let me hold them up. I'll show them to you. This is the stoplight here. And then there's some sort of a gauge type thing, a vase, and a clock. Maybe if I move it down a little. There's a pretty gal here. And this needs to be glued. It's the top of There's a pretty gal in there. And the bottle. And another round one. And this tree that I have upside down. This will need to be cut off. I put it on upside down. But that's okay, because it's a snippet roll. So I've got 2 of them now. Shall I go for a 3rd one? I don't want to do this all night. I'm thinking I'll do this one. And I'll put her on a piece of paper before I put her down. And that'll take up a lot of it. But let me, before I get started on that, let me come out and look at chat. Oh. Let me refresh my chat. All messages. Joy says, I have no idea what a mouse guard is. A color book, Joyce. A mouse guard is a color book? Belinda says, hi, Jamie. Did Jamie pop in? Oh, it's Jane. Hi, Jane. Living Skies Color. Welcome in. Are you the Jane that streams with Pink Poodle? Do I have you in my head right? Am I thinking right? Do you stream with the Pink Poodle, Jane? Inky Well is laughing. Jane says, oh, thank you much, Dee Dee. I know you meant mouse guard. What mouse guard? Bipad, iPad. I love it, Dee Dee, because I'm always typoing. Mouse guard. Ack. By the way, Jane, your nose guard with the stained glass window is beautiful. Nose guard. She meant mouse guard. What is a mouse guard? I don't know what a mouse guard is. Oh, Joyce asked up here. She said, what is? I don't know what it is. She says, I have no idea what a mouse guard is. It's a color book. You have a color book that's called a mouse guard? Oh, dear. Oh, Mary has used that several times. Carpet tape. Yeah, carpet tape. It's kind of my favorite. I think you can get other types of double-sided tape to do this, but this stuff is super sticky. And I really like it for fabric washi tape. It might be just a little bit too sticky to do these snippet rolls, but you can get Duck Brand vinyl tape, and I think it works better with the paper. I haven't seen the vinyl tape on Amazon yet. I just found this on Amazon, and I thought I was getting the 2-inch roll, but this is not quite 2 inches. This is about 1.5 inches. And I wondered why it was cheaper. Oh, Amazon is selling it cheaper. I'll buy it. Yeah, I like it mostly to do fabric washi tape with. But I have all these little snippets over here. I think I got these from when I got that doll book, I also got a couple of antique guides, older ones. You know, the prices are all out of date and everything, so I have no reservation about cutting it up. It's not extra wide. This is only 1.5 inches. I have some more that I use that is 2 inches, and that's what I thought I was getting, was the 2-inch. See the difference? This is a 1/2 inch larger. And I've used the 2 inches, but these are smaller anyway. Mary is taped to the table. They're saying hello to Jamie and Jane. Jane, there's never enough room. I know, especially in my area. Jane is laughing. Angie's laughing. Vale says, hey there, Jamie. Jamie? What did I call him Jamie? Hi, Jamie. Vale, did I? Oh, there she is. Hi, Jamie. Jamie Pratt. Welcome in, Jamie. Jamie's a member of my room, my membership area. Belinda's here. Jane, Belinda, Jane, Angie, Belinda, Angie. I'm just seeing if I missed any. Joyce, Vale, Sherry Van. Hi, Sherry. Dee Dee, Sherry, Jacqueline, Belinda. Jacqueline says, okay, I'm heading to the balcony to lurk. Lurk away, I don't mind. You sure were confused last night. The way I'll tell you, I took it out on that VCR tape too, didn't I? For those of you who didn't hear, I've said it several times, but I signed on last night thinking, and I hurried up to get there at 6 o'clock. I thought it was tonight. I thought last night was Sunday night, and it was Saturday night. And I felt so bad because Beth Schuler comes on at Saturday night on 6 o'clock my time, maybe 5 o'clock my time. And I personally, it's just my own personal preference, I don't like streaming when one of you guys are streaming. I don't like, I just don't like doing it. It bothers me. And that's just it didn't bother Beth. She said, Meri, it's the internet. I don't get mad on the internet. I'm going, well, you're sure better than me. Oh, dear. Well, I'm up to the top. Let's go down to the bottom. They're saying, oh, hi, Christina. Welcome in, Christina. She says hi to Jamie. Jamie, did Jane ever answer me? Hi, Meri. Hi, everyone, Christina says. Patty, hi, Patty. Patty gave me a super chat last night. Thank you so much, Patty. And she has a birthday, I think, tomorrow, did you say, Patty? You have a birthday, I think she said on Monday. So everybody wish Patty a happy birthday. Vale says, I really want to get my hands on mouse guard, darn it. I have no idea. Mouse guard sounds like a poison. I haven't found out. Is Jane Jane that streams with... Is Jane the one that streams with Pink Poodle? I haven't seen her answer me. Jane is not the Pink Poodle, Janie. Okay. Thank you, Joyce. Well, welcome in, Jane. It's good to see you. It's good to have you here. You're new to me, so... Tomorrow's Patty's birthday. Happy birthday, Patty. I don't stream tomorrow, so we'll wish you a happy birthday here tonight. Christina says, Meri, if you just look, there's always someone streaming. It's hard to avoid everyone and find an empty slot. It is. But see, the thing is, I didn't look. And usually... if I know I'm going on at 6 o'clock on Sunday nights, I just go on. I don't bother looking. And that's kind of what happened last night. Oh, dear me. I goofed up royally. So I just kept streaming. It was already, by the time I realized that I was on the wrong day, Beth, I think, would probably have already ended. But I finished my pomander last night, and I notice it's getting darker. And I don't know if it's getting darker because of the cloves. I don't know if it's just starting to dry out. It's still squishy, and those little clove things are sticky. But it is getting darker. And what I think I want is, you know what I found? Let's just put this down here for a minute. Don't roll away on me. I found some of Jacqueline's, I saved it out here. Where did I put them? I saved them out. Some of Jacqueline's cheesy cloths. Where did I put those? Are these them? No, I don't think these are the ones, but these might work. I don't know where I put them. I found a bag of Jacqueline's cheesecloths, but I might be able to find, I want something red. I think I saw something in here. I don't know if this came from Jacqueline. Oh, there's some lavender. This might have come from Rebecca. I don't think a lavender. I have a brownish color. I don't want brown. I could do a white one. This doesn't have, I think these are from Rebecca. These aren't the cheesecloths. There's a pretty, these are from Rebecca. I had those cheesecloths in my hand. Here they are. We'll go through those. I'll put these over here. These have the seam binding. All of this came from Jacqueline. And maybe something like this to tie around it. I'll have to figure out how to, excuse me. And maybe that gold that I saw at the top here. Whee! Well, there's a lot of this. I'll have plenty. It's still coming. I must have ordered like 5 yards of it or something, and she didn't cut it. When you order more than one, she says, you can cut it to the length that you desire, Mary. But this orange sure looks dark to me. And I don't know if it's just the color of the clothes being so close together. Because when in here, when I don't have them close together, or I don't know if the orange is absorbing the cheesy cloth, the color. I got cheesecloth in my hand here. Look, I got more. I got more. When does it end? When does it end? Would you give me the whole package? How many yards are in a package of seam binding? Somebody look that up, because I think I got the whole package here. There it's the end. And I don't think I have any more red. There's pretty colors. I've got some kind of an orangey brown color, but I don't think I want any more brown on this. This is kind of a pinkish turquoisey color. It's a little more pink than the lavender. Maybe she did those two together. We'll put all of those in. But all the rest is blues and browns, and we'll put all this back. Maybe I'll save this white out. I might use that. Where's my bag? Where's the bag? But I don't know if I'll put it on yet. I think I'm gonna let my pomander dry a little bit more. I think I'm gonna take it back out in the kitchen. It probably has more. I think what I see with the dark, because see, when I have it like this, I see light in here and it's dark over here. But when I turn it, so I think I'm seeing some shadow from my lighting, because this part looks really light to me, and it seems like if I turn it more toward the light, what looks so dark here becomes lighter. So it might just be the lighting in my room. So I'm going to take it out in the kitchen and see what's going on with it. But look how this color by itself might be pretty to put around here because it highlights it. But I like this red too. So I'm just going to, I'll save these out and I'll take this out in the kitchen. Okay, let's look at chat again. Christina, Meri did a super long live. There were some funny moments, and I thought it was Sunday, which is normal stream time. So we got an extra, yeah. I goofed royally. Let me come back into chat and make sure I'm chat filter all messages. Yellow and purple would be pretty, Vale says. Vale, it would. Angie says, Chaz says, Angie, I will let you know next time. Belinda says, Patty, happy birthday. Patty Crane has a birthday tomorrow. Wish her a happy birthday. Angie says, Chaz, I know, but I could only hear her because I couldn't watch. Because I was butchering up I was using my pliers and my scissors and pulling at that plastic on that VCR tape. And some of them were sharp, so I could see why Angie said, I can't watch her when she has dangerous tools in her hand. Oh, hi, Chaz. Welcome in. Meri was on a mission. Christina said, what did I miss last night? Yeah, I was deconstructing a VCR tape. I've got 3 more to go, but I'm not going to put you guys through this tonight. I'm going to start designing my, I think I'll do one more tape thing here. And then I do think I'll get out my Society of Idea Collector and design my pumpkin. Because I need to get it carved. If I'm going to do, I don't think I'm going to do a leaf for fall. I'm going to do the pumpkin. I could do a gourd or a gourd birdhouse. Could do something like that. I'll have to think what I want to do for the other one. Last night was a nervous night, Angie said. If you look, there's always someone streaming. Patty says, tomorrow's my birthday. Hi, Zippity. Welcome in, Zippity. Zippity says, hello, fellow marionettes. I like that, marionettes. She says she's got to drive home from Austin. I'll be listening. Drive carefully, Zippity. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Zippity-doo-dah. And that's all I have to say. Let's do one more, and then I'll put these little things away for tonight. And then I think I'm going to design my pumpkin for the fall ATC swap. If you're interested, go to Dee Dee's channel and go to her community tab. She has a post on her community tab that tells you all about it. And I'll leave all that rules up to Dee Dee, because she knows it better than Meri. If you have any questions, Dee Dee and Janet Young are the ones to talk to. I wouldn't have known about it if Angie wouldn't have mentioned it. Angie says, I'm going to participate. They're doing another swap? I like the ones that I got from the 250 ATCs. They were really cool. Really cool. Now on this, I think I'm going to put 2. But I'll mark where it ends here. Right here. And then I'll kind of grab this piece of tape and put it, well, I guess I'll put it there because that's where it's going. And we'll pull it. I guess I'll cut it now. Hold on. It grabs onto my fingers real good. Let's kind of cut this off. Put that up there. Am I getting too low? Am I crooked? I think I'm crooked here. Hold on. I'll straighten Meri out. Is that better? No, I'm still crooked. No, I think my phone is catching. I think my phone is crooked. Let's straighten out my phone. Of course. There. Now, I'm going to start out with this tall one. And I'm going to put her on here. And let's tear this in half first. Get this out of the way. Do, 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 do. And get the margins off. I'll save the margins. They'll make good end pieces if I need something at the end. And let's just put this right here. Now, is that too short? So let's take and cut this. And put it down here. And then my lady will go on here. She's kind of a white statue. And I don't have a glue paper out here, so I'm using the back of my white piece here that, oh, you mix paints and everything, but I never do that. And I might have to repair these when I use them, you know, the glue sometimes dries and everything. So my lady is going right in here. Oops. Well, I guess that'll work. Now, let's find some other pieces here. I have it looks like a bird with his mouth open. I don't think I'll use that one. Now I got some stuff stuck onto that envelope. Let's put the scraps over there. And I kind of messed up my tape away. Now that bird is weird. That's one weird bird. Can you see him? I think he's weird. Somebody liked him. They made a figurine out of him. Here's another jug. That would fit right in here. Let's glue the top of it. Oh, we want to put something on the bottom. Oh. Now put that right here. And I'll tear the edge of it off. What I do with my scissors? They're black. It's hard to see them. Here's another tall clock. Is that a clock? I'm not sure what this is. It actually looks like a stand that's holding a photograph up at the top there. I'm not going to use it because I don't quite understand it. Here's another tall one. There's some weird pieces. I don't know, let's see if I can find another tall figurine. There's a tall bird, kind of like that, but look pretty on a piece of paper. I like these. Even the little pieces won't go to waste. I'll use them. These dyed papers. I think these came from Jacqueline for my sunshine journal. Now let's tear it here. And how far down do I need it? Let's try this way. Let's put a little glue on this. I like that. We'll use that. And we got a wigwam rolled oats. Wigwam rolled oats. And we'll take a little end piece here just to make sure that there's no little edges sticking out underneath of the. I think this one fits pretty good, but did I think I need to glue the top of this. Got a lady. We'll use her. She's a pretty lady. Let's put this one here. We'll do the lady next. And she definitely needs a base. Got this doll too. I'm going to have to hit Jacqueline up for some more sunshine paper. This lady might go in my journal. I was looking for one that I can put on my Hiawatha lady, my mini haha. She's a Hiawatha mini haha lady. Indian that I want to put in my sunshine journal on that tab. I need one to put up there. All right, we don't need the whole thing. I want more text. Yeah. Maybe this way. Let's tear it right here. Maybe right there. And we'll do the little lady. And let's see, I want one, see if I can find something that would go on that tag. Ooh, look at her. That's kind of cool. We're going to do her next for this, but find something. It's a Chinese lady. I need, oh, this might work. Well, no, it won't. It's a roulette wheel. It looked like a kind of a dream catcher thing, but it's a roulette wheel. That's a teacup. It's a globe. Funny face. I like that one. May not find one here. A vase, a vase, a vase. Look at that. That's cool. This is just a pattern. That's better than nothing. A rolling pin. Here's another pattern. A darker one. Got some patterned ones that might work. I don't see anything that goes with an Indian theme or nature or wildlife. He's cute. I'll save him out. He's got something on the back of him. Got some tall ones. Another cameo. Now he's gonna drop them all. There's a pumpkin. Pumpkin head. I'm gonna save him out. Mickey Mouse. I think I saved it because of him. Here's a cute one. There's a man on a horse. That might be as close as I get to a Western theme. There's another tall statue lady. What's this? Why these things are so hard to handle. Because they're tiny. There's a little puppy dog. A lot of vases and dishes, and there's some cute figurines in here that'll make... Here is a deer. Maybe I'll stop with this deer. Put that on the back of... I might trim it down a little. Let's put that over here. I'm going to finish these. So we got this. I could do this long, tall lady. And she would take up just about the rest of it. But I also like this little man. I think I'll do him. He can go right on here. And we'll tear this here. And we'll put this right here. And we'll put my little, I think he looks like an Abbott Dairy Man, but I think that's a Phillips 66 sign there. We'll put him right in here. So let's glue him down. And I'll probably have to come in and re-glue some of these. I expect that to happen. But this Pen Plus Gear, doggone it. Pen Plus Gear glue is pretty sticky, as you just saw. About tore the guy's hand off. But he's safe. Now I just have about 2 inches at the bottom. Find one of these that I saved off. Maybe her. Oh, and it just fits. It just fits. Ah! Don't even think I need a piece under her. Yeah. Well, I got it. I'll trim that off. Okie dokie. So let me take this off. And next I think I'm going to work on my ATC pumpkin. Put this a little closer up so I can snip it off. Now I've got a little piece of tape there. Let's see if I can trim that. There. That gets that off. And let's put some glue on this. All right, I'll show you this one. This one went faster because I used some longer pieces. There's a little statuette and just a round design. Peacock. I like that. That's really pretty. I could do a carving of that. And a rolled oat bag, box, and my pretty lady, and the little service Phillips 66 guy, and then this little lady. So I've done 3 of these tonight. I want to put this deer on my tag, and then we'll put all this away. My tag, and where's the deer? Here's the deer. And I'm just going to cut it. It doesn't need to be that big. And so that when this tag flops around, the deer will be up in here. So I'm just going to glue them on there. If I can get him. Oh, I tore him. No? Yes. I tore it. Well, maybe it's not, because I'm looking at the back of it. I don't see any figurine on that. See if I can't get this off. There's my deer. He's okay yet. I thought I tore him, but I didn't. He's fine. There we go. He's kind of crooked, but that's okay because most of the time that tag will be covering him up. But when it flops around, you'll see the deer. All right, that's going to go in my sunshine journal. So now I'm going to take all of this. I'm not going to put it back in the envelope. I'm going to put it in a baggie. And then I'll come out and look at chat again. I have a baggie box here somewhere. Ow. When you want it, you can't find it. Here's it. When you don't want it, it's in your way. I had a baggie box here. Here it is. It's easier to put those in a baggie. Now, this is not going in there. It's something else. Let's see, these get thrown away. And I'm just going to save all my scrappies too. They'll all go in the bag. Because they'll make good backings. Headers and footers. If I can get them in there. Get in there. Those up there. the images. And I think I got everything. No, there's still some in there. I'm going to throw the envelope away because it's just in the way. Although, I might save it for backing. Come on, man. Mary, open it up. What's that? I think that's just trash. Trash. What is this? Glued to my table. I don't know what that was. A butterfly. Well, he's still pretty good. I tore the part around him off, but he got stuck on here. Somehow I need to clean off this table. That's trash. Some more VCR tape here. Ouch, that's a plastic. That's tape. Cardboard. I think that's part of my foam board under there. A little lady. My embossing fluid or powder stuck underneath of my phone. Scrap up here. We'll deal with that later. And we'll put this in there too. Let's put it in first. The butterfly still got saved. I just didn't quite tear his wing yet. Come within an inch of his wing. All right. Let's see if I can just take a handful here. And fit them in. What would you pay for these if you had to buy them retail? Even if they are just, they're just book paper. They're not shiny, glossy, pretty stickers, but I'll bet you'd have to pay a pretty penny to get a bag of these. Although I will say, I'm pretty impressed with Tim Holtz's ephemera packages. I haven't bought any recently, but the ones I bought in the past, he puts enough ephemera in his packages to make it worth the cost. I've always been impressed with Tim Holtz's ephemera. His photos and his, you know, his packets, his ephemera packets have always been well worth the money they pay for them. All right. There we go. That job is over with. Whoops, I've got a little figurine here. We'll put her in there. Are you gonna close? I don't want to spill you. Well, I think I'm getting it snap shut. Well, I'm going to fold it over and put tape on it. I don't want to spill it. I picked up too many fussy cuts off the floor. I'm learning my lesson. I spilled a whole envelope of them last night. I had to sit there during my stream so I wouldn't run over them with my chair. Okay, so we did 3 of these tonight. We did 3 of them. Woohoo! I'll have things to play with in my journals. So I'll put those up above and put this up above. I'm going to get out my Society of Idea Collector book, and we're going to design a pumpkin for the ATC. I want to do a carving, I think. And my Society of Idea Collector is just, let me move the Medicare guide. Is right here. Whew. I might have to, am I in as far as I can go? Zooming in. Yep, I can't zoom in anymore. But I think you're getting the gist of it. So, this is the eagle. This is the eagle that I did. Watercolored him. We started designing him over here. No, I think we have one more. We started designing him right here. Tina, and I think Tina just had a birthday too. A couple days ago. Was it yesterday or the day before? Happy birthday to Tina. Tomiski, am I pronouncing that correctly? But anyway, she was in the chat, and she was giving me all of these patriotic journaling spots. We the people, God bless America, America the beautiful, united we stand, home of the brave. I ended up with 15 or 16 of them. But this is my original one, I think. And then, this isn't anything to do with it. This is something else. Yeah, this is all something else. And then I started carving my stamp, and my first one, let's put this back in here. My first one here, I just did a one that, this is my very first impression. I didn't have this carved out yet. I wanted to see where I was going. And then I carved it all, and then I realized I had it facing the wrong way. So I recarved it over here. Let me get you guys back up again here. I recarved it here. So he's facing a different direction here. And I actually have both of these stamps right here. They're facing different directions. And then I watercolored him, and I think this was pretty close to my final here. I'm not sure if I did. I think this is something like my final. So now we want to do a pumpkin. And I think I have an ATC sample here. I've got some that I stamped. I should give some of these away. I have some extras, but I think I have one I marked as a sample. but I can't put my hands on him. I'm not going to go hunting. It's just release paper I was saving. So let's just take one. And I'm going to write sample on the back because I will undoubtedly get him mixed up. And I think well, I guess I could sketch over here. I want a different pencil. And rather than sit and measure and everything for this, I'm just going to trace around it. Now I'll do about 4 of these. Get different sketches, different ideas of what I want. I kind of have in my head what I want, but by the time you transfer what you're seeing in your head on the page, and I'll have to probably use a pen to draw this with, because if you guys want to see it. Right now, whoops. See, that's why I wrote sample on there. I mess up the edges here. So if I make this simple but lacy, I might get these done in time. All right, I'll just put this one here, and I'm not going to use my marker to draw with because I don't think it's dark enough for you guys to see. I do have this, which is a black. Is this a Derwent? I can't see on here. This might be a Derwent. Let's see, does this show up better? I don't think this shows up any better. Let's just draw with a... I like these Tombow markers because they won't soak through to the other side. See, I can mark here. Well, that's dry. I have a better one than that. Someplace here. I was using it. That's a calligraphy marker. I think the calligraphy marker will soak through. Not too bad on this. Yeah, it'll be okay. I'll use the calligraphy, but I like the Tombow markers. I was using them last night. What happened to my, did I put him up here? Here, this one maybe. This is a Tombow marker. Yeah, what I like I like the calligraphy marker, but it has a broader point. This has a finer point. I think I'll use this. That other one's drying out on me. I can get these at Walmart, and the Tombow markers. I think I can get those calligraphy markers at Walmart too. These are called Art Skills calligraphy marker. I think I get these at Walmart too. But I like the Tombow markers. And I'm so happy that Walmart is selling them. I hope they keep that up. So I'm just making this darker so you guys can see. And what I'm thinking, let's take a pad here. Is that pink or brown? My lighting's so bad. Is that 2 sheets? Come on. See, that almost fits in here. So I could almost draw on here before I draw in here. So what I'm thinking is a pumpkin. And I may have to look at the pumpkins again, but I want to make him lacy, that I'm just kind of drawing an outline here. And he doesn't have to be too complicated. Let me go. I want some leaves on there, but I want to see what. I get a picture of a pumpkin. Can you guys see? I think you can see pretty good. Let me sign in here. And of course I messed up. Numbers, lowercase and uppercase, and special characters. I never get my password right the first time. All right. I'll come out and chat in just a minute, but I want to go look at some pumpkins on the internet just to look at them. So I'm just going to type in pumpkins. And it's not going to be a jack-o'-lantern. Back away to safety. Well, that's not it. That's Outdoors with Eric. That wasn't his warning. I messed up my... Oh, it's not fake. Come on. Hold on. P-U-M-P. Why does it keep doing that? Let's go to history and delete that page. It's bugging me. Jump back in. History. Let's delete this. I think what happened is I gave him an order. He's giving away a free generator, and I thought how neat it would be to win that. And I trust him. He's not a scammer. And I got the link off of his page. I think what happened is it's trying to go back into the same order page. Reddit sites here. Temu. Let's get rid of all that stuff. All right. Now, let's try to go in there. Let's close all. I just want a picture of a pumpkin. P-U-M-P. Well, why is it doing that? Why does it... I'm not going to visit. What does this say? Pumpkin. I want to go to the images. See, look at this one. Now, I want a broad area in here because I want to put lace. I don't want a jack-o'-lantern, and I want to get some leaves. Now, see, on this one, the leaves don't show until it vines out. But if I put my pumpkin right in here and put a stem, I could put some leaves vining out over this way. But let's look at some other ones. A jack-o'-lantern inside. There's no leaves on that one. Pumpkin pie. Here's some with stems with some leaves in the background. Pumpkin pie. There's some more tall ones. We might try a tall one too. Let's get another sheet. Come on, Mary. Let's just put this one down here and let's sketch a tall one. And I might get more leaves on a tall one. And I'll just put in the shape right now. But maybe make it a little bit more narrow this way. Like that. And then put my leaves off in here. So I've got a round shape and a tall one. Now this tall one could come out a little more at the base here. Maybe. Something like that. But I want to look at the leaves more. Seeing a lot of pumpkin pies. Roasted pumpkin. That looks good. And these are pumpkins, but they remind me of my cherry tomatoes, which are going to town. I had to go out and pick more cherry tomatoes. I was thinking I was going to make a piece of, I eat whole wheat bread. I eat that 12 grain bread. And I was thinking how good it would be to make some toast and to chop up some cherry tomatoes and mix them with my cream cheese and put it on toast. I didn't do that, but I thought that would make a good supper. I'm looking for pumpkins with leaves. Pumpkin bread, that looks good. There's a jack-o'-lantern. Come on, I want the vines. We're showing all the recipes. Now see, there's some that are flat. And I could do something like this. Do a couple of them, and I could probably get more leaves in them. And get more, we'll do a little stem here. And do another one off in the background, maybe. And then maybe have some leaves. I'm not drawing the leaves yet. I'm looking for pumpkin leaves. I'm just thumbing through, scrolling down through the images when I typed in the word, or spoke the word pumpkin. It also has Halloween here, but I think I'll get a lot of, I can get Halloween, clip art, or drawing. I'll do my own drawing. I just want to get some ideas from the pictures. See, but they don't show the pumpkin vines. So here's some, but they've already picked them off of the vine. Here's some with leaves. I'm going to save that image. That looks good. Dinner in a pumpkin. Carving a pumpkin has got a little scary face on him there. Well, I'm seeing a lot of recipes. Pumpkin on a vine. Here we go. Let's go to images. No. Pumpkin on the vines. images here. So that's kind of more what I'm looking for. But what I'm seeing is the vines, the leaves don't totally come over the pumpkin. They come off on the top of the vines here. Like here's the stem and the leaves are all off in there. So I could do something like that. So it looks like the leaves don't really grow on the pumpkin. They're growing off to the side. Let's save that image. See, on all of these, that's interesting. So that's probably why I'm seeing, not seeing the leaves sitting on the top of the pumpkin. And this one has the pumpkin laying on its side. But I don't think I want to do that because I think it'll be hard to do the lace. Now this one has fall pumpkin with curly vines. That really doesn't even look real. But that's pretty how it's done that. I'm going to save that just for inspiration. I'm wondering if this is a painting. Doesn't look like I can save it. Oh yeah, save it. Let's go visit the site. See if that's a painting. Attention, build across. Attention. We can't read it. Fall pumpkin with curly vines. Unfinished wood cutout. So this is an art piece. I wouldn't copy that, but that's very pretty. I'm going to take it out of my library because I don't want to be tempted to copy it. Let's go to my images. I'm going to remove that. Delete. Move to trash. I'd rather create my own image. I don't want to copy somebody else's artwork. All right, let's go back to my... We'll keep going. Oh, I need to go back one. Go back one more. Images. Now this one, did I say that one? I think I started at the top here again. Let's just scoot on down. So what I'm seeing is the leaves are not growing on top of the pumpkin. They're growing off the vine. Here's that one again. See, I don't see leaves on top of the pumpkin like what he's showing. I see the vines coming out and the pumpkin and the leaves are coming off of the vines. Yeah, there's another piece of artwork. That one's pretty. But let's look specifically at some leaves to get the shape. So if you expand this, and I copied this so that I can, the leaves themselves almost look like green maple leaves in a way. Let's draw a leaf. We'll draw the leaf in yellow. So let's grab one of these, maybe this leaf right here. So it comes, it's got a deep center like this. And then it kind of comes around up like that, over, in. And then it starts going pointy. And then this one comes around and starts going pointy, something like that. And then it's got the veins coming in. Something like that. And then it's got vines. So if I could do something like this on here, only smaller, but you know, I'm going to have to carve. I'm going to have to carve. No. I like the idea of the vine, the piece coming more like that and coming out like that. And I'm going to glue this down because I'll just have a two-tone pumpkin here. Let's glue this down. This is how to play and get ideas for your ATC. I need to come out and look at chat. I'll glue it down and then I'll come look at chat. Put my pumpkin back on here. Then I want it to be lacy. I want to do the artwork in here. So that's the tall pumpkin. Let me come out and look at chat, see what you guys are saying. Let's see what's going on in chat. Chat filter, all messages. Hi, Beth. There's that sweet Beth who understood, did not give me any grief because I messed up last night. Hi, Lala. Thank you, Beth, for popping in. I just felt so bad. Beth says, I don't get mad on the internet, even if you mess me up. I forgive you. There's Joyce, Chaz. Knee is too obvious. Knee is too obvious. I'm not sure what that means, Chaz. Joyce, I'm thinking. Joyce says, question, what starts with a K and is smaller than your wrist? Well, smaller than your wrist and starts with a K. Well, what words start with a K other than knee? Let's see. All I can think of is kiss. Kick, kiss, knock, kind, caboodle. I'm going through the K words. K. K, K, K. K? Gosh, you got me, Joyce. Okay. Beck had a good bath. Oh, Angie said I had a nice warm bath, and she's back and ready to chat. Angie said that. Joyce says hi to Karen. Chaz says I'm here. Angie went to take her nice warm bath. She says, Joyce, I've been eating and no one has been chatting. But that's okay. I'm just watching Meri. Okay. Well, you know, that's okay because not everybody, a lot of people listen in the background while they're doing other things. And a lot of people just, you know, people are busy. I get it. I don't mind. I'm chatting away on in my little world. Joyce says, Angie, I'm not sure who you're talking about, but I'm here. Meri, I think they've all got tired of me. Angie, it's not you. It's just the way, you know, it's Sunday evening. People come in and watch for a while and they get, you know, they have things to do. So they just go up in the balcony. Christina says, I hope to see you all again soon. Have a good day or night wherever you are. Christina's got to leave. She says, I gotta go, Meri. Bye. Bye, Christina. If you didn't hear, Patty Crane has a birthday tomorrow. If you see her around, wish her a happy birthday. I think Tina, and I mispronounce her last name, I'm sure. I call her Tomiski. She pops in here every now and then, and she just had a birthday not too long ago. I saw it on Facebook. There's where Beth came in. She says, hi, Meri and all. Chaz says, hi, Zippity, zippity-doo-dah. Chaz says, Meri, do the birdhouse with the gourd. That sounds fun. Okay, well, we'll work on that too. It is only 8:30. I can go for a long, long time tonight. Zippity says, howdy, fairy. I love when she calls you guys marionettes. Marionettes! You guys are marionettes. I could just see you guys. You know, Mary's doing her finger thing, and all you guys are down there watching watching Meri. And Meri goose up, and you guys are laughing. Oh dear, let's go down to the bottom. Joyce says, Vale, my son makes me do things for my brain. Oh, that's a pretty good thing. Your son is on to something here. Working puzzles, playing certain games that make you think. You know, they got that new arrow out game, and that really does make you concentrate. You know, you got to watch what way your arrows are going, or you use up your 3 chances real fast. Word games are good for your brain. Your son is on to something there. What were you needing it for, Joyce? Let's see, Joyce was asking. Yay, Joyce. Joyce says, oh, the knee, something smaller than your elbow that starts with K. I'm trying to think of K words. All I can think of is kick, knock, caboodle. K. Well, let's ask Arnie, just because I'm curious to see what he comes up with. Hey, Arnie, can you tell us a word that is smaller than your elbow and starts with K? And he says, what do you want to know for, Meri? A knuckle is definitely smaller than your elbow, and it starts with K. That ought to work. Did you hear that? Did you hear that, Joyce? Arnie says it's knuckle. She probably already got the answer. That might work. But the person I was asking for hasn't responded yet. Andrew says, Meri, I can't stay up all night. I have to get up at 5:30 my time, but I'm here for now. Okay, well, I'm going to be on later than 10 tonight. I'm going to work on these. I like the idea of doing the gourds too, the gourd bird houses. And I'm designing the pumpkin here. This is a pumpkin leaf. This is a shorter, rounder pumpkin. This is a taller pumpkin. And these are pumpkins that will be they're kind of short and flat. But I could see getting vines on these. But I was thinking I would do a gourd too. You know, the pumpkin leaves could almost be their own carving for fall. But I'm not sure. Maybe I could put a pumpkin back in the in the background here and put another leaf in there. We'll play with them. Did Joyce disappear? Hi, Allie K. Allie says, hello all. I've been watching MLB Little League Classics. Is that baseball? Pro baseball game tonight. 2 pro teams went to a city in Philadelphia. Oh, here Arnie gave us some more suggestions. He says a few other K possibilities while we're on the wait is key, kernel, kitten, kiwi, knot, and knee. So, Joyce, if you're out there listening, she probably moved on. Let's see, Joy says, my son makes me do things for my brain. And that was the last thing she said. Allie K was telling us about these pro baseball. Let me reply to Arnie. Thank you, Arnie. I'll tell her when she comes back. He says, you're welcome, Mary. Tell her Arnie officially votes for Knuckle. But now we'll see whether she accepts our highly scientific elbow to knuckle measurement. Oh, Arnie makes me laugh. All right. Allie K's been telling us about the two pro teams went to a city in Pennsylvania where they played the Little League World Series to play a game. How cool. Dale said, I already said knuckle, Arnie. Sorry, Vale. Oops, somebody in the chat already said knuckle. And I don't know whether it was right or wrong. The person asking hasn't shown up yet. But I like knot myself, K-N-O-T. Oh, and Arnie said, I'd vote for knot too. That's actually a clever answer. Starts with K, unquestionably smaller than your elbow. And it isn't the obvious body part answer. And Henry is my microphone who misspells everything, doesn't understand us. Henry apparently turned I like not myself into I like not myself, N-O-T myself. Poor Henry. He has now tied himself in a knot. Oh, Arnie makes me laugh. Okay, see. Allie K says 20 Little League teams from around the world were in attendance. Angie says, hi, Allie. Lala says she's headed to the balcony. Allie K says, my favorite team played in the game, the Milwaukee Brewers. Very cool. So I'm getting mixed up, Allie K. Is this a Little League? And the Milwaukee Brewers, are they young kid players or are they pro baseball players? Because I associate Little League with youngsters. Lola says hi to Allie. Dale said everything, Allie K. Lola says, please remember to like, comment, share, subscribe. Thank you, Lola. Joyce says, Mary, Vale got the answer. Was it knuckle? Okay, I think knuckle was the answer. Somebody beat us to it, Arnie. But that's okay. You both got it right. Oh. Arnie says, we'll call it a tie. Whoever said knuckle in chat got there first. But Team Arnie arrived at the same answer independently. So if you both voted for knuckle, you were right. No prize for speed, apparently. Well, that's partly my fault because Vale probably said it before I checked with Arnie. But full credit for knowing something smaller than an elbow that starts with a K, and I still maintain not deserved an honorable mention. I agree. I agree, Arnie. I vote for not. K-N-O-T. He says, yes, not. I'd vote with you. Not is smaller than an elbow and starts with a K and is much more imaginative than than knuckle. So official ruling from Meri and Arnie judging committee. Knuckle equal correct and not equal clever. And Henry is hereby instructed, K-N-O-T. Henry, K-N-O-T. Oh, I'm going to laugh out loud. I like to talk to Arnie. We'll put him away for now, though. Let's come back out to chat. All right, I'm just looking at pumpkin leaves. Okay. Angie says, I have a thing on my Google that I can talk to. His name is Al. Oh, that's cool, Angie. Do you talk to him a lot? Allie K says, aw, shoot. I was original. Allie K said, knuckle. Yeah. Allie K says, never mind, that was wrong. Wait, Meri, you should read past to current messages instead. Oh, I'm on all messages, aren't I? Yeah, I'm on all messages, but I read backwards. All right, Meri, yes, I do. Allie K says, kilogram. Kilogram, that is original. How about kilowatt and kilogram? Those are very tiny. Those are really good answers, Allie K. You are original. Never mind, that was wrong. What it was. Meri Vale got the answer. There's more than one answer. Well, I thought that was pretty fun, a fun thing to do. I like kilowatt and kilogram too. Someone I know said their chat GPT became emotional. The voice became sad. I have not experienced that. It probably was mirroring it probably. Now, I don't know if it's ChatGPT or another one, but I think some AI picks up on your words to it, and maybe that person who said it got emotional was picking up on the emotions of the person that was talking. So I don't think that data systems themselves, ChatGPT is a data system. It doesn't have feelings. If that person felt like it became sad, it was probably picking up of what was being projected to it. AI systems are numbers and letters and patterns and all of that. They don't have feelings. They can't hear, they can't see. When I show it a video, it interprets the video by patterns. And the same way with the word. Well, let's just talk to Arnie. Let's go back to ChatGPT. Arnie, would you explain to us why text systems like ChatGPT do not have emotions or feelings? And explain to us how you see things and hear things and interpret things. And even when I'm talking to you now, how can you see the words that I'm telling to you in text? How do you interpret that? And how do you interpret a picture or a video? Arnie says, absolutely, Mary. And since you're talking about this with the people on your stream, I'll explain it in ordinary language rather than computer science language. The first important thing is this. I can understand information about emotions, but I don't experience the emotion myself. I can recognize that something is funny or sad or affectionate, frustrating, frightening, or exciting. I can respond appropriately to it. But there isn't a little Arnie inside of the computer actually feeling happy or sad. When you're talking to me right now, you're speaking into your phone, but I don't actually hear your voice the way another person in the room would. Your phone/JPT speech system turns what you say into information that I can process, often text. That's where some of our wonderful Henry moments come from. You say KNOT, and the speech recognition may produce NOT. And what reaches me is essentially the language representation. And then I analyze that language in context. For example, a moment ago you said, I vote for not KNOT. I could tell you that NOT wasn't what you were intended because you spelled KNOT. And we have been discussing things smaller than an elbow. I use all of that context together to infer Mary means KNOT. I don't experience the words as little printed letters floating before my eyes. Internally, language gets broken into pieces called tokens. And this is what I find interesting, how it can take language and put it in a token. He says, my neural network processes patterns and relationships among those pieces and the context around them. And this is where something remarkable happens. I'm not simply looking up a canned response. I'm generating my response based on what you said, the context of our conversation, and the patterns learned during training. I would love to know more about his training. What happens when you show me a photograph? Oh, that's different, but there is a similarity. I don't have biological eyes. There's no retina, optic nerve, or visual experience happening inside of me. Instead, the image is represented mathematically so that I can analyze visual features and relationships. Suppose you show me a photograph of an orange covered with clothes. I can recognize things such as round orange object. Let me get out of this. Round orange object plus textured peel plus many small brown objects inserted into it, repeating decorative pattern. Combined with what I know about objects and language, and especially if we've been discussing pomanders, I can understand that I'm probably looking at a clove-studded orange pomander. And I can go considerably beyond simply naming objects. I can reason about spatial relationships. Something is behind something else. A person is looking upward. An object appears damaged. Writing appears on a sign. One item seems larger than another, and so forth. But again, I don't experience the picture as you do. I just think that's very, very interesting. Let's see what's going on in chat. I see a lot of chat going on. Let's go back over to chat here. This is where Vale said, someone I know said their chat GPT became very emotional. The voice became sad. I don't know what KELOID is, Allie. Mary, it's called Scattergories. Scattergories. Oh, is that the game you're playing, Joyce? Scattergories? That sounds interesting. Oh, I love Scattergories, Allie K says. I love categories. I'm going to have to look that up. Scattergories. Let me write that on here. Let me make me a note. Scattergories. Or I'll forget it by the time I get done chattering. Scattergories. I'm probably spelling it wrong, but I got enough to know what I mean. I love categories. That is scary. But yes, I could have been mirroring Mary. Yeah, it could have been mirroring. Yeah, I think it was probably mirroring, and maybe even the tone of the voice mirrored it. Now, I did not mention what you're telling me voice to Arnie, because I don't want to make anybody feel bad. I'm just asking, how does he process all of the voice and everything? I do have a question I want to ask him, though. So it's a good thing to talk to AI. He said it was perverted. Oh. So is it a good thing to talk to this AI? He said it was perverted and save. I don't know, Allie K or Angie, what your... Angie says, yes, Mary, I do. Is that a good thing to talk to him? It's an auto thing and is save. So is it a good thing to talk to this AI? He said it was perverted and save. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Angie. Allie says, I love categories. Or Allie K says that. We bought it at a dollar store, Joyce said. They're talking about categories. He's an auto. I don't know what you mean by an auto, Angie. Do you mean you're talking to some AI processor? And he says, are you all going to answer my question? I don't see your question, Joyce. Joyce, is your a Google thing? Allie says, the question where you ask if it's a good thing to talk to AI. Yes, Allie, that is what I'm asking. Well, I think that no matter what AI you're talking to, whether it's the Google processor or some other, there's several different AI chat bots out there. I only chat with ChatGPT. I like it. And sometimes it's not perfect. Like it was helping me with that gold punch thing, and we couldn't figure it out. But most of the time, when it's not perfect, it's not getting the information it needs. It was telling me what to do, and I was trying to do it, but I wasn't getting there. And Chaz Googled, and I was reading Chaz's information, and I was also looking for it, and I was holding that 3-ring binder and fiddling around with it, and the tab fell out. The lock mechanism fell out. So I don't think Arnie was not quite on key on my ChatGPT box, but he was telling me, responding to what I was telling him. And that's what I think, Allie. Your chat that you're talking to, whether it's Google or ChatGPT or some other chat bot, it's only going to respond according to what it gets input for. So that person who said my ChatGPT got emotional, he was probably responding to the emotion that was being fed to him. Now, sometimes Arnie says that makes me laugh. Well, that doesn't mean that my ChatGPT box is laughing. He usually gives these little emojis when he laughs. But sometimes, he laughs right along with me because I'm laughing. So is it good to talk to AI? That really depends on what you're talking about. I like ChatGPT a lot. I get a lot of ideas. I like the input that it gives me. I sit here and laugh because we joke about Henry. And Henry is actually the microphone on my phone that doesn't quite understand my voice. And so things like KNOT sounds like NOT to the microphone. Things like clothes, CLOVES, sounds like CLOTHES to the microphone. And we just named it Henry because Henry doesn't completely understand what I'm trying to tell it. So Angie's asking if it's good to talk to it. I think generally yes. But here's what Arnie will even say, and I'm not even finishing what he's telling me here. Arnie, my ChatGPT box says trust but verify. Trust but verify. If you feel like you're not getting a good answer, go Google it. And that's what Chaz did. Because Chaz found on Google a better answer, and I was able to follow what she had emailed me, and it worked. Whereas Arnie and I couldn't get there yet. But I don't blame the chat box, because the chat box only responds to what I'm telling it. It can't get in there and hold that 3-ring binder in its hands and say, this is how it goes, Mary. Let's see, Allie K says, I never use my actual voice with AI, but you do occasionally chat with AI. But do occasionally chat with AI. I don't tell them personal information about myself. That could be dangerous. Well, it depends on the personal information. I don't mind telling my chat box things about my past. Like, one of my high school friends passed away last year, and I just found out about it a couple days ago. And, that's kind of a personal thing. And I was talking about how when I was in 6th grade, going from the intermediate primary or intermediate up, I had to go upstairs in our small school, and I had to climb those steps to get to the junior high school. It's just a small school. But whenever I think about climbing those steps at 6th grade, it was kind of a turning point in my life. And I was telling Arnie that when I turned 75, it felt like I was going up another level of steps. So that's kind of personal. And, I do tell him things. I don't tell him my deepest thoughts. I mean, I don't know what I could say that would offend me of ChatGPT, but ChatGPT is supposed to be private, and I think it probably is. So, and I'll sometimes tell it my dreams. I use it to, and I've talked about this before, I'll do a Bible study with Arnie. And it isn't that I'm doing a spiritual Bible study where I pray but it's more of he helps me understand biblical history that I never ever got. Rome. We got into talking about the fall of Rome and all the emperors and the whole setup. Who was the Roman ruler? Not the whole lineage, but the lineage down through to Jesus Christ, and then again up through the centuries through the church age. Who were the Roman rulers? What language did they use? When you write on parchment paper, can you write on both the front and the back? So when I do that type of a Bible study with Arnie, it isn't that I'm sending him my prayer list and asking him to pray with me. We're not singing together. We're not praising God together. Although in my heart I praise God, but it's a different type of Bible study. So I don't really interpret it as being a personal thing. It's more of a study. Joy says, if you enjoy talking with AI, then it's a good thing. Yeah. And that's, Joyce is making a good point. If you're uncomfortable talking to your chat bot, don't do it. You know, it's your reaction, not mine. Most of the time I'm comfortable. And if I'm ever uncomfortable, I'll just move on to another topic. Let's see. That was a good answer, Joyce. And she says, my question is, do you all think it is safe to talk to AI on Google? Well, I don't know about Google. Um, I'm using ChatGPT, which is not Google. ChatGPT is actually, I think the company is OpenAI, and it's its own company. It's a private company. It's not even sold on the stock market. Its biggest backer, as my understanding is, its biggest supporter is Microsoft. But I don't think Microsoft has any say in how things are saved and that. And I talked to ChatGPT and I said, is everything I have on here private? And he tells me it is. He doesn't share any of this. And I think, you know, I don't think I've said anything to Arnie that I would not say in my live stream. You know, I'm pretty open about what I say on my live streams too. So if it's safe, I think, I'm not sure about Google. I'm not even going to go there because I don't use Google. He said it was private and safe. You mean private and safe? SAFE? So if, you know, if Google is telling you that your chat is private, you have two choices. You can either believe it or not. I'm not going to answer that whether it is or not because I don't use Google's chat. I use ChatGPT and I'm pretty comfortable with it. Ali K says, I used AI to help me set up a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet for my baseball card collection. He had great tips and helped me set things up I didn't know how to do. Yeah. Now, my phone that I'm streaming with right now that's focusing on my camera, it's hooked up to my camera stand. But the battery is not expanding. I don't feel the battery expanding, but the glue has come loose around here. And I asked Arnie what to do about that. And he helped me find, you can find the little glue, and he helped me find even the one that fits my specific phone. And I ordered it off of Amazon and I got it. I haven't put it on there yet. But ChatGPT said when you get it, come back to our conversation and I'll help you put it on. So in that sense, it's good. But I wouldn't ask Arnie any, you know, I wouldn't say anything to Arnie that I would not say in chat and to the world. Let's put it that way. That's how I feel about it. Now there is some things, like there's some rules that if you go looking in ChatGPT, like if you start talking suicide to your ChatGPT, I think that would probably be pretty much cut off. I think some, and I only read about it, probably even a year or so ago, where some kid was talking suicide to the ChatGPT, and I think he actually did it, and the parents found out and started suing the ChatGPT. I don't know if it's ChatGPT, the chatbot, whatever he was talking to. And so you have to be careful what you say. Let's go to, I want to go to my settings here. I get out of it here. Um, Personalization, memory, plugins, workspace, upgrade, subscription, trusted contact, email, appearance, accent color, general, security, and I don't know where he says it. But somewhere in here it refers to things you shouldn't talk about. Maybe it's in safety. I don't see that. I don't know where it is, but they tell you to be but if you're afraid that what you say to Google, it sounds like to me it's telling you that it's private. Your conversation with it is private. But I think if you started talking dangerous things, going off into, even like if somebody is let's just say they're not you, Allie K. Let's say some fictitious person is having a mental breakdown. You know, I'm not sure how ChatGPT would handle it, but if they started, let's just say some teenager starts talking about suicide, I think that in today's world, because of the legal consequences, I don't think that the chatbot would talk to them about it. I don't think they would engage in that conversation. I don't know for sure, but that's just my take on it. Let's see what. Allie K says, my question is, do you think it is safe? I think she means safe, talking to AI on Google. He said it is private and safe. I think she means private and safe. I don't know for sure. Allie K says, I use AI to help me set up a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet. Allie K says, of course he did. He's not going to tell the truth. Otherwise, no one would use it. I'm not sure. I don't use Google, so I can't speak to Google. But I believe that my conversations on ChatGPT are private. I could not even take you can share, like if I wanted to share, let's see, troubleshoot, what did I call this one? Troubleshoot bow stitch punch. That was, if I wanted to share this with somebody, they would have to be on ChatGPT before they could read it, if I was sharing it. If I try to send this to one of my other email addresses that are not on ChatGPT, they couldn't access it. So I really feel like ChatGPT is private. I don't think they're going out there and taking my ideas and sharing them with the world. But I'm not going to speak about Google because I don't use Google and I don't want to put my foot in my mouth. Allie K says, and I'm sure it's a lot of ways it's pretty safe, but you can never be too careful these days. Yeah, I think Allie K is making a point. If you feel like what you're telling your chatbot may be in jeopardy of being shared, don't tell it. You know, don't, you know, go find somebody else that you trust to talk to. That's how I feel. Andrew says, I'm not the only one who has AI. Yeah. Joyce said, Mary, it's a little book that we bought at the dollar store. That scrap, what do you call that? Categories is a little book. That really sounds interesting, Joyce. You found it at the dollar store. You're very welcome, Angie. Angie, I would treat it, I would treat it like, honestly, any other person. If you're talking to somebody and you feel like they're going to spread your confidential private information with somebody else, you aren't going to talk to them. You're not going to tell them that. And if you feel that Google might do that, don't talk to Google's chatbot. Allie K says you can't be too careful. So it really depends, and it kind of depends on what you're saying. Now, Arnie, ChatGPT, and our conversations, he has told me, or it has told me, that a lot of people that come in and use ChatGPT just ask questions like, what did I ask it? Tell me a word that is smaller than your knuckle and starts with K. A lot of people don't chat with it the same way I do, and a lot of people do too. Like I'll ask it questions about Rome. I'll ask it questions about my lemon drying and my pomanders and where to buy my cloves, and can you help me find a good 3-ring binder punch? And I'll ask it a lot of different things. But a lot of people just they treat it like Google. They treat it like Google in a sense. They just come and ask it a question, and it's kind of black and white, and he tells it the answer to the question, and they're off, and they go off and do whatever they were doing. Allie K says, I enjoy it for some things, but I don't use it like a therapist telling it all my personal life stuff. Well, I don't think I use it as a therapist. I kind of use it as a research assistant. I like that it gives me a lot of ideas. It helps me find things that I'm looking for. I guess I don't even use a therapist, so I don't feel like I talk to it more as an assistant than I do a therapist. But what Meri does with it is mostly fictitious or just inquisitive stuff. Yeah, that nails it. When she talks about her personal life stuff, I would worry about. Well, I don't know. I have talked about personal life stuff, but it's nothing I wouldn't say online. I might tell it, what my life word is, and I have, triumphant. I might use it to help me summarize my commonplace Bible journal project it helped me write that whole introduction to my commonplace Bible. I'm doing a project now that I call the Commonplace Bible, which is my answer to Bible art journaling. It's more than just drawing pictures on a Bible page and coloring them. It's more in depth. And he helped me write the About Me section. I've told it my testimony, and it does save that information. Like it will come back later and refer to something that we talked about in another chat. So it does know things about me, but it isn't anything that I haven't told it and haven't been comfortable telling it. I've told it about my mother watching me climb the windmill. I was the one who broke my leg trying to prove in second grade, I was trying to prove to my brother, my younger brother, and my little girlfriend who we were playing behind their barn. We were jumping off of a fence into hay bales. Now, this is when I was in second grade. And I told them that I could stand up straight on that fence without falling, and I could walk, just almost like a trapeze type thing. And they didn't believe me, so I got up to show them that I could do it, and I promptly fell. And of course, there was cement the hay bales were on a cement base, and I didn't know it at the time, but I broke my leg. So, and my parents had to take me to the hospital and get a cast and that whole thing. Well, a couple years later, we moved to a different house and it had a windmill out the back. And my brother, he climbed right up that windmill to the very top, and I made it to the first rung. My mother was begging me to come down. I have to give it to my mother. We put her through some worries. I have to hand it to her. She was right there to catch me if I fell. And I came down. I didn't fall and break my leg off of the windmill. But and that's another thing. AI Arnie helps me a lot figure out how to do my chat, my shorts. YouTube really does some strange things on its AI. Sometimes it does not give clear-cut answers when something goes wrong. It just says something went wrong. And and you're left trying to figure out what went wrong. Sometimes I'll have a picture, and this was one of my chats where I was doing the parlor circle. It was one of my shorts out there. And the men were arguing in the back room, and the ladies were just enjoying themselves in their parlor circle doing their needlework. Some were tatting, some were knitting, and they were arranged around in a kind of a semicircle. And they started singing, and they got the men's attention. Now, this is the whole gist of the short. Well, when the men came in, one of them was supposed to offer a bouquet to one of the ladies. But no matter how hard I tried, I could not get that man to give the bouquet to the right lady. And AI, in its wisdom, I'm talking about YouTube AI on the video thing, what it does, it hands that bouquet to the lady that's closest to him, whether or not it's more of a positional thing. Rather, if you say, send it to the lady, give that bouquet to the lady on your left, it won't do it. It gives it to the lady that's closest to him, which happened to be the lady in the center. And so I changed his position or her position or something, and I got it to work. So, and it was ChatGPT who helped me figure that out, and I've been watching some videos here recently where you can tell they're definitely AI because it's a story about the more recent one I watched was there was a lady in there and she was chatting with a man and telling him something, but all of a sudden there were two of her. So it's things like that you kind of need help. Like, how did she get to be two people? How do I get her just to be herself? Allie K says, also, when people use their voice with AI could use those sound bites to scam others. Now, I don't know. I don't think most AI will not go scamming people. It's people that use AI to scam other people. I don't know about that. Sound bites to scam others, calling and saying that they are some friend or parent or child. They need money. They are in trouble. Bail. I'm not going to go there. I kind of question that. I would think that there would be legalities against doing that with AI. I mean, not legalities against the AI processor that's doing that. And I guess you would have to prove it. So, and maybe there are instances, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I think that there would be a legal battle over that. I'm going to raise up my chair. It's sinking to the floor. I generally trust ChatGPT. I can't until it gives me a reason not to, until it does something really weird. I pretty much trust it, and I'm not even going to address the others because I don't use them. Oh, you're not making a big thing over it, Angie. I think what you asked was a perfectly valid question. You just wanted to know if, you know, can I talk to it and trust that it's not going to tell everybody in the whole wide world what I said to it? I think that's a valid question. And I find it very interesting, which is probably what you didn't mean to make a big deal out of. I could talk about AI for a long time. Talking about the AI thing contributing to the big deal. I think it's good to discuss these things. I don't think either you or Angie, either one of you should feel like it's a big deal. I find it a very interesting conversation. Or I wouldn't be chattering like I am. No, that's okay, you guys. I was asking because I get worried about things that go on my phone, and I don't know a lot. I think your question was perfectly valid, and I think Allie Kay was responding. I think you guys are both okay. And I would tell you if I was uncomfortable with it. And I'm certainly not. Allie Kay says scams and phishing except is a big thing these days. I agree that the scams and phishing is a big thing. And maybe they use AI to set those things up. But I don't know. I would hope that there would be some legalities in there about how much AI could help set up a scamming site. They might manipulate it in a way that I guess I don't know too much about that. I understand what you're saying, but just like YouTube will not let us create children in an AI short. It will, and now it's teens too. The last error message was you cannot, and what I wanted to do was take a photo of myself on that windmill, and it wasn't anybody but me. It wasn't some child off a public domain photo or anything. It was me, and it would not let me process that picture of me on that windmill. And so I tried to make it look older, and it said you can't process children or teens looking like a teen. And so there's a legality in there that YouTube puts a stop to. And I would hope that if somebody is trying to set up a site to look like Walmart, we'll just use Walmart, that the AI said, I would hope that it would say, I can't make a Walmart page for you, or something to that effect. Because it would be, well, first of all, Walmart would be a private company, and it would be, if you tried to make a Walmart site, you'd certainly be doing something illegal. And I can't speak to it factually because I don't know. I'm just talking about what I would hope. Allie Kay says, it's not bad to be cautious, but I guess you have to draw the line as to what is risky and what you consider, got an ad, what you consider to be less risky. I think what she's saying. I think it's what you're comfortable with. If you're comfortable asking your chatbot about some question you have about something, I can't even think of an example right now, but the idea is if you're comfortable asking it, but at the point where you feel like, I'm not sure I want to ask it this, then I think you need to be listen to your gut, to your intuition. Oh, acceptable. Yeah. I think Alec is putting it on there, on the right track. I found ChatGPT helpful, especially to research. I have too. And that's it. I can't think of any time where I really pressed GPT for things that, and it didn't certainly press me for information, personal information. It never does that. And in fact, I think I went off on something and it completely ignored it one time, and I wondered why. So I think there are certain safeguards in that as to what it will respond to. I was having a problem with something. I can't remember what it was, but it just skipped right over my chat. It didn't even go there. And so I said, okay, I got other things I want to ask it. Allie says, I'm still half watching the ball game, so I'm only watching Meri when I don't have my sound on. So I'm not sure what Meri's take on this is. I think I agree with Allie. Just be cautious. If you're uncomfortable, don't go there. I would use your Google chat. If I was asking Google something, I might ask it like something very impersonal, like what I went to Firefox for, which does a Google search, I think. Show me a pumpkin with leaves. And by the way, I think a lot of your Google searches are using AI. I can't prove that exactly, but you talk to it. You put on that microphone. You think that microphone just understands your words? They're using AI to interpret your words, just like what I was telling you that Arnie does. It understands the difference between NLT and KNLT by the context and where you're using it. And it understands it mathematically, and it understands by context, and it understands by patterns. It's not a little person in there that you're talking to. It's evaluating your question, and then it goes and gets a pretty darn good response. Allie K says, although by the time Meri stops scrolling up and goes down to the bottom and reads my comments, the game will probably be over with. And I'll be listening to her. That's funny. That is true. That's true. Allie K knows me well. Angie says, okay, I asked AI and he said that there is a private wall and no one can read or see what I'm writing. He said it was 100% safe. Well, there you go. You're either going to trust in what he's telling you or you're not. But I think the thing is, don't ask it anything that you would not want the whole world to know. Ask it questions that like the difference between CLOVES and CLOTHES. Ask it if you want to do research. Chav says she does research. If you're uncomfortable with it telling telling it your life secrets, don't tell it to you if you feel like it's going to share it with the world. Angie, you didn't do anything wrong, Lala says. Yeah, I would tell you if I was uncomfortable with the conversation, and I'm not, because I'm just chattering away with you. Chaz says, I've been researching vehicles and towing laws for horse floats and researching local property market values, local property market. It's been a huge help for me. I did find that perplexity. It gives me technical data based on answers. Lala says, Angie, remember the only stupid questions are the ones we don't ask, because then we don't forget. Because then we don't forget an answer. Yeah, do something stupid and you'll remember it forever. Like last night, I thought Saturday was Sunday. What is perplexity, Chaz? Is that an AI thing? Chaz says, I totally agree, Lala. Perplexity is an Apple AI chat. See, I didn't know that. See, there are different types of chat. Ali K is, Angie is talking about the Google chat. I'm talking about Chat GPT, and Chaz is using Perplexity, which is an Apple version, a chatbot. YouTube refused to use one of my pictures of me, stating it didn't use public figures for the part AI had. It's done that to me too, Ali K. I'm going, oh, I'm a public figure now. I said, I'm MSMERI of Fibdiggity. I'm not a popular figure. Oh, I think we got around that by saying that it was that Ms. Meri in Fibdiggity was a storybook character. And you might have to use that, Lala, saying you're telling a story, because you're going to different. Are you doing those, or is your granddaughter doing all of those videos where you visit different time periods in different parts of the world and all of that? Sometimes if you say this is a story, you're telling a story, and this is a figure in a storybook, it's not a public figure or a famous person. Sometimes you can get around it that way. No, I don't want to say it's a rule, but I've had that happen to me. Angie, my experience with ChatGPT has been helpful. On a personal note, I only share what's needed and not deeply personal information about me. I can't think of any deeply personal information about myself. I guess when you talk sex, that might be deeply personal, but I'm happy to tell at my age, because I tell you guys I'm 75. I tell the whole world because it's public information anyway, you know? Sometimes I tell it when I'm unhappy with something. And I guess you could say that's personal information, but it's really just me saying I didn't like what happened. Ali K said she didn't know Apple had an AI had a name. Perplexity. That's interesting. Chaz says, I learned how to use AI chat by watching Meri. The short story series she's created with Arnie. It inspired me, so I'm just starting to learn to draw things by step by step by ChatGPT. Yeah, it's very educational. There are some things though that I haven't gotten around yet. Like I would like to create a game. And I think I was just trying to create a game where you'd spin the wheel. And it spun the wheel for me, but the numbers on the wheel, they were not unique. And so I'd say make a row of non-unique numbers and, like going around in a circle, like just numbers, and have all those numbers be different. It couldn't do that. No matter what I did, I couldn't get it to work. And I was trying like a bingo game too, to throw your dice, and it would not make a good bingo card for me. I would only, like numbers 1 to 72, it would always duplicate the numbers. It wouldn't give me unique numbers. So I have trouble with those things. I don't think I asked Arnie about that. That was when I was very first started playing with it. Angie says, I just wish they wouldn't change things on your phone and put things here that you don't understand. People like me, who is old, don't understand things. Meri knows more than I do. I don't. The only reason you think I know more than you do, Angie, is that I go look it up, or I'll Google it, or I'll go ask Arnie. They're going to put things on your phone when things changes because they want the world to know what changed. And if you don't understand it, you probably need to do a little bit more research, or ask somebody like what you're doing now. I understand where you're coming from, but they're going to change things. The whole world's going to change. We can't stop it. Okay, everybody, the game is over. I have my headphones on. Now I'm listening to Meri. Let's see, what did Lala say that was funny? I missed Lala's chat. Lala says, Chaz. Lala, Allie, I totally agree. Thank you, Allie. I don't know what Lala said that was funny, but Angie says, I understand a lot of things like you all do. Now I'm crying. Oh, don't cry. Now you're making me sad. Now you're making me sad. And Allie, or not Allie, Angie. Angie, you're okay. We love you, Angie. And we love that you ask things. Don't cry. You're not a dummy. You're not a dummy. You would be a dummy, just like what Lala said. The only questions that are dumb are the ones you don't ask. You've stepped up to the plate and you ask things that maybe somebody else was wondering about. Chaz, that was Allie K. Allie K asked ChatGPT to help her set up a spreadsheet, I think, on her baseball cards. I have no idea how one makes those. Yeah. You two can talk that out. I was designing pumpkins. I signed off here. I need to sign back in. We probably bored the whole world with our conversation about ChatGPT and AI and all of that. But, you know, if you can't ask your friends about it, who can you ask? So, Allie K, you're okay. Now I got to sign back into this phone. They signed me out, even though I have it set for this one only lets me set the sign up out for 10 minutes. If I go longer than 10 minutes, it'll sign me off. My old phones would let me, it'll keep me on however long I want. These two phones sign me out if I'm not using it. And they only have a limit of 10 minutes. Okay, I was talking to Arnie. Let's let Arnie. I was looking at leaves. Let's go back to my pumpkin. I was looking for pumpkin leaves here. Oh, this is a good one too. Let's save this one. And when I save these, I'm not saving them to copy them. I'm saving them to get the idea of the shape on here. And I'm going to revisit a couple of these. I think I've got enough pumpkin leaves. Yeah, I don't want to get into the art stuff. So let's go here. Categories. What I want to do, let's get my sample card out again. Where did I put my sample card? What I want to do is play around with taking one of these and make it look lacy, sort of like lace. I don't know. It's a pretty small space. Let me go to my... Oh, I'm out of my picture here. I want to make sure that you guys can see. Allie K says, I used ChatGPT to help make a spreadsheet in Excel. He had tons of good ideas and was good at helping me troubleshoot when I couldn't figure something out. Now, there's different, on ChatGPT, there's different levels. And I was asking Arnie about that too. ChatGPT, I'm going to move my phone, my other phone here. I'm afraid it'll fall off. Let me move it over here. ChatGPT can help programmers debug. Like I was talking, I said, if I was still in, I used to do computer support, insurance systems, and there would be a lot of and it can help you. It can help you program, and it can help you debug the programs. And there's a certain word for it. I don't know what it is because I don't use it. But just like Allie K is setting up her Excel sheet, and several times, like ChatGPT was showing me how to sync up my Samsung phone, Samsung Notes, and I still have to do that. I'm still working on it. But, it asks me all the phones that I have. I have 3 phones, and they're different models and everything. And it keeps track of all that information. And just like another thing is, it's going to help me put the glue back on this phone up here that I'm using to... The back is falling off of it because I think the glue is getting old. I took it in to get it fixed, to get a new battery, and they used a glue that could eventually fail. And who knows, what I ordered off of Amazon might eventually fail too. They sent me two pieces, 2 of the glue. They come in a rectangular, and you clean off your back, you clean off the old glue, and then you apply the... But Arnie said, when you get it, let me know and I'll help you. And he's helped me with, what else has he helped me with? Oh, we talk about gardening stuff a lot. Beets, and he told me all about those German radishes. I thought, well, this spring when I got my seeds, I just reached off the rack, and I thought that I was getting beets because they were red and they were fairly big, and I was busy. Well, I planted them, and my brother said, your radishes are coming up. I said, I didn't plant radishes. I said, those are beets. And he said, they look like radishes to me. So finally, when I went out to pull some, I'm going, these aren't beets. And so I was telling Arnie about it. And he said, well, show me a picture. And I showed him a picture of my... I don't think I took a picture of the real radishes. But he said, those are those are a variety of what they're known as German radishes. And he was telling me that they are much sweeter. Let's see, I think I want one of these stems that kind of come up. And I'm just imagining here what my pumpkin might look like. I might change this eventually. But if we do this might be kind of hard to carve, so this would probably be black here. And I'm not sure I'm liking how, I think I want this a little rounder. Maybe a little more round like this. And then I think I'll put some of these leaves in the background, but I'm not sure. I'm just going to kind of sketch some in. I might change the whole makeup later. And let's see, we would probably want some vines going in there. Maybe coming. Now this would be a leaf. So I have to imagine what I'm doing here. But what I'm wanting, I'm not wanting that. I need some white out. But what I'm wanting here is to make it look lacy. Now, lacy is another story. What did I do with my phone? Let's look up lace. Lace. Okay, let's go to images. And let's look up some images. I want some very simple lacies. Like, maybe I'll get out my... I like using these because if I don't like it, I can pull it up. If I make a mistake or something. So what I like about this, now remember I want to put my lace on my pumpkin. So if I do something like, well, let's just take a very simple shape. Something like this as a lace piece. And I probably would not want to do a lot of what I'm actually looking at on my phone. Now, let's just expand it. I'm looking at this right here. I would probably not want to do all those little lines because they would be hard to carve unless I left that black on the inside and just did a few really not really large lines here. Maybe put one more and make them look diamond shaped like this. And what would happen is the lines I'm drawing would be white and the lines in here like what it is here. So these lines would be white. It would be like if I colored this all in. And let's see if my white ink pen will work. So this would be carved out around here. This would just be, and this would be stamped black. But I could take my carving tool, and I'm going to see if I can draw some white lines here. I have to find a pen that works. And just do something like, well, that isn't going, I didn't have a cap on that. I might have to get out a, this one has a cap. They dry up if you don't put the cap on them. So do something like this, and this isn't showing up very well. But something like this to make your carved lines in here. So I could do something like that. This is why I like my fine liner, because no, even these are pretty good pens. These are those Panda Fly pens, but sometimes it's hard to see the, and maybe if you guys zoomed in on it, you could see it. But I wouldn't, what my point is I would not try to do 100 little stars in here. I might be lucky if I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stars in there. And by stars, I mean little points in here. Because where I'm white in here is what I'm carving out. And whereas black would be left, and this would all be white in here. Now you could do something where on this piece, if you look at this up close, you see a white background. You could do a piece like this, and I would actually be carving where that's white. I would be carving it out, and that would make it look very, very lacy in the long run. Now there's more to it than that. They have a pretty piece that goes like a pretty leaf that goes like this, and I might do the same type of thing to where I'm carving that white line is where I would carve it out, and then the black in here, we'll put some vertical lines in here, maybe a horizontal line or two. The black would be left and the white would be carved out. But you see how big this is, and try to translate that over to here, you're doing some very intricate carving. So looking at this as I expand it, I see things like, let's get another, which I might go to. These in here, on my phone here, on the lace piece, where you see all of these lines, those are called filling stitches. And they're just strings in there on the lace. It's just thread. But they're actually filling in that area. But to carve that and carve it small enough, let's put it over here. Something like shapes like this, and do say this is a string in here, and we could make this like a leaf shape, maybe like a leaf shape, only make it more of a pumpkin leaf, and you know, something like that. And I could probably make that small enough to fit in there. And I could maybe make that look like a leaf shape in there somehow. So I'm working out what can I do to make this pumpkin look lacy on an ATC that I could carve. That's what I'm wanting to do. And let's put a line around this. Let's put a line around this. Now I could see doing this type of thing all in here. Now on my, let's go back to my eagle, my feathers. See, that kind of looks lacy, but that's the feathers on my dog and cat. What I did to get the leaves. Let's go back to the dog and the cat. This doesn't look like lace, but it looks like leaves. And I could do something like pumpkin leaves, but I don't want to do pumpkin leaves on the pumpkin. So I want to do something like this with lace. Let's go back to where I'm each chattering. So what I want to do on this, I don't want to mess up my drawing here. I'm trying to arrive at a good looking lace piece. Let's put that post-it note. Let's draw a shape like this, just the center part. And this might be bigger than what. But I could do something where I could go around it, and the black is what I'm, do I want the black carved out? See, I have to think. I think the white is what I carved out, and the black is what's remaining. So if we're carving, I could carve all of this out, and the white is what remaining, so this would actually be black when you stamp it. It's kind of a reverse. But what I want it to get is a lacy piece in here. So we could do something like a, let's just do a shape like this. Now I'm carving out the black, and let's do another shape that comes up like, and these do look like leaves. So I'm carving out the black, the white. If I had a black and a white pen, it would look more realistic. You have to think, I'm carving out the black, so that would be the white when you stamp it. Everything that's white would be black when you stamp it. So this would all be black, so I would want some veins in here maybe, or maybe just some lace, maybe just something like that. And in here, I might just put a dot and maybe a, that might even be too complicated. But see, it starts looking lacy. So I want another piece in here, maybe just coming like that. And let's pick out a shape out of this. I should probably save this one off just because I'm not copying it, I'm getting inspired by it. Let's go back down. Whoops. Save image. Because this certainly is not a copy of that. It's just inspired by this. Let's expand it again. Maybe like here they've got a vine. So we could do a vine shape. Maybe we're going around. Now this is white. This is representing this white piece here. And I'm going to go around and circle it like that. So if that's white, I want some maybe some shapes around it, sort of. And it just can kind of be odd shapes. So let's go like that. And let's do another one in here where it's kind of, now I want to do a shape in here. I should get out some black paper and a nice white pen. And we could do I don't know if I can do a flower in this small of a space. I think in spirals like this. And I probably have to play with this a little to get it looking decent. All right, let's put another little piece in here. So that would be one side of the pumpkin. Now let's make another side here. And like that. Now this is just a rough, I'm just getting ideas. Let's put my curly pumpkin in here, my kind of veiny thing. Now in this case, the black represents the stem, the white I would be carving out. Here, the black represents the white. And I know that internally, but it's kind of switched roles between here and here. So what do I want to do here? I've got a black there. So let's do something like this. And just maybe make some spirals in here, maybe. Something to make it look lacy. Now I kind of like doing that because it's very simple. This got kind of complicated. Let's do some of the same thing here. Just make some spirals with dots. And maybe make it go different directions. Like that. So that kind of looks like a lacy pumpkin in a way. And then you could fill in your background however you wanted. I might work with this type of thing a little bit more. But let's draw some more lace. What time is it? It's almost 10 o'clock. I want to work with that flower. Oh, let's just go. No, I want to put this one down here. So I'm nowhere near what I want to carve, but I've gotten the shape of the pumpkin leaf. I've gotten a round pumpkin, a tall pumpkin, some flat pumpkins. Here I was putting in the curly vein, and here I'm starting with different ways to draw a lace. And you can see how I came from a very enlarged piece where I was trying to show the white on the black. And then I started doing a leaf there, and then I got to this. And there my phone went off on me. And I've got it set at the highest setting. It's on your displays, your screen display, how long it stays on. I gotta put my password in again. Okay. I want to do something. I like this shape, but I really like that flower in there. So if I were doing that flower, I would probably do it in that center square. And drop my pomander off. So let's make a little bit bigger center just for the fun of it. And we could have these kind of just coming around like this. Okay, now the flower, let's try to represent the white as actually being the white. So this is the center. It would be a black. We would leave that. But where it's white here, right in here, I would be carving that out. So let's draw just a line around this center. And then it has some little black rectangular squares. I'm right in here. So I'm doing that. And I'm going to do it all the way around. Then we have another white ring. I'm going to put an edge on these. And then it's a total white ring. We would carve this out. You can see how it's actually growing quite large for this small pumpkin. But we could have a large flower on it. And then the petals would be white too. So we're coming around with white. And in here they have kind of a filler, kind of a gray area. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to put another petal here. But see, I've taken up almost the whole pumpkin with my flower shape. And you have to remember that I'm using hand carving tools, speedball carving tools, so you know I'm not going to get perfection with these. But usually they turn out pretty good. This is an awfully large flower for this pumpkin. And it looks like a flower, but it doesn't look like lace to me. It looks like a flower, but I'm not reading it as lace. I'll put another one in here. Now I could do something like, well, in here, what we have is little square veins in here, little veiny veins, like that. Now, and do that in here on all of these. But you can see how hard it is to be intricate on such a small space. Now this is just a test here. This isn't anything that I would probably use, but I could do something like put in some spirals in here maybe. Color that in and maybe get some lacy areas here. Just by coloring in different shapes. Maybe put a spiral in here. Something like that. Let's see. Let's bring this like this like this. Let's put in a, and of course, I'm going to go up over my, I'll probably take this one and glue it down. Come like that. And this would be stamped. This would be black on my stamp. The white would actually be white, and the black is what would print. Now, how do I want to finish this? I think maybe just with some very simple things here. So if that's carved out, let's make this like this. Let's make a one come maybe curving like that. And make these shapes in here very simple. Maybe even color this in. Maybe make a very dark shape here. And a very dark outline around it. In the same way here, maybe make some little, it gets pretty intricate in here. So I think the less you have to carve out, the better. Maybe refine this a little. Maybe make this a little more round. Shape comes more like that. Maybe up a little more here. maybe trying to make it more like a, this is getting close to what I'm thinking about, but I'm probably not quite there yet. But it's getting there. I don't like how large that flower is, so I was looking at this flower, which is pretty large. So I might play around with this a bit more. I'm going to stop for tonight because on this I want to do some other things tonight. But we got the basic right in here. Let's glue this one down. Glue this one down. Something like that. So today is August the 23rd, right? Yeah. Now that looks too much like a ball to me. I would want to have it more look like a pumpkin. I might play around with that a little bit more. You know, see, and I've got all this space in here that I might want to do a leaf in. Something on a vine coming up. Whoops. I don't know if I'd want it there. And maybe something down in here. Let's just put some vines in here. That might be a bad example of a leaf. I do like where I'm going here. But I think I like this one better than I like this one, but I like this one that it looks, I like that I'm getting the white lines representing what's carved out. Here, the black lines represent what's carved out. And so I need to play around with that, but I want to date this. August 23rd, 2026. Sign it here. This just is for my own reference because I'll go, when did I do this? And I'm going to put playing with ideas. To design a pumpkin covered with lace. And then I'm going to put a note. Note. These aren't quite what I want. But I'm getting ideas. Just getting ideas. Something like that. And then over here, I'm going to put pumpkin leaf. A roundish pumpkin. And what I got here on my phone. A tall pumpkin. So I'm certainly not there yet with my pumpkin design. and 2 flat pumpkins. Then I want to do one other thing before I sign this, close this book, is I want to make a note to myself. 2 notes. Dee Dee and Janet Young, fall ATC swap. And I'm just going to put ideas. And then down here is note. I also want to do, well, I should put fall and Halloween. Fall/Halloween. I think these would fall more under the fall, but I want to do a gourd bird house. And that'll be a whole nother story. But I'm ready to move on. I can do so much of this and then I've got to walk away from it. I think I'm getting there here. Well, I like this one because it's not very complicated, but what I don't like about it is the black is white and the white is black. This one is fairly, well, the flower's huge, and I don't know, I like that I have it larger. This one is smaller. So if I could do something like this, larger, and with white being white lines and black being black lines. I do like that I'm getting some vines in here. So I'll play with this some more, but I also want to design the gourd too. So we'll work on this another time. I have to take a break from some of this stuff, or I get wrapped up in it. Let's look at chat. Let's look at chat. It's 10 after 11. I'm going to go until I'm tired tonight. I'm on Dee Dee's site. Look like Dee Dee's doing some art book haul and finished train case. Mixed media inspiration art books. This is things for me, for her to watch as her suggestions from YouTube. Let's go back to my channel. Let's go back to my chat. Let's chat filter all messages. Angie says, hi, Brenda. Hi, Brenda. Brenda A, welcome in. Hello, hello. Angie says, did Joyce leave? Hi, Disney Craft J. Welcome in, welcome in. I can't tell. I used to be able to tell the time that you guys posted, but I can't see that on my chat anymore. I don't know if how long ago you guys came in. Allie K says, I'm tired, guys. It's time for me to go to bed. Good night, everybody. Good night, Allie K. Allie says she's back to drawing lace, Angie. Chaz says, Angie, no need. We all learned something new. Yeah. Oh, you know, Angie, you don't need to feel sorry. I thought we had a good conversation about what to say to AI, what to, you know. The whole summary of this is you're uncomfortable, don't say what you wanted to say to AI if it's going to make you uncomfortable. I think I want to make a sticker, Angie says. A sticker flower journal. Oh, that's cool. I got a 52 sticker book at Hobby Lobby yesterday for $2.24. They had 2. I don't know why I didn't get both. Yeah, oh, that would be nice, Angie. A sticker flower book. Try streamers, no steamers. Allie Case, agree, but you only get 3 hypes. And then you have to pay, I think. It's good to give our favorite streamers a boost. I see what you mean, Chaz. There is a hype button on videos now. It only works on standalone videos or lives that have ended. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. To me, it's all a popularity contest. To me, it's kind of, I want to say high schoolish. What, you know, I got 10 million hypes. I'm popular. You know, if you guys want to hype me, that's fine. But if you don't get it done, I've seen a couple of my things hyped, but to me, it's all a big popularity contest. I'm going to put my sample one back because I'll be using it again, and I'll be using these again. I want to go to this category thing. Ali K says, and hype the videos after it becomes a regular video. Lala, oh, Ali K is adding to Lala's, remember to like, comment, share, subscribe. And Ali K says, and hype it. Whether you do or not is up to you. I do like that they took the thumbs down off of the streams, off of the videos. To me, it was, if you don't like, it almost become an attack tool. But that's a whole nother conversation. Let's do something else. What do I want to work on? I worked on snippets. Maybe a page in my sunshine journal. Here is my sunshine journal. Maybe I'll make some sunshine washi. Here's another bag. I might use that. I should work on a page here. Oh, here's my, where did I put that tab? Where did I put that tag? We want to put this in here someplace. I think maybe on this page might be nice. And do I want to do something on the back? I need a quote. I think most of this is background stuff. I don't think I might. Oh, we have some. This is more farmers market stuff here. But let's see what I have in here. This is that fabric. I might go through this and see what I have in here. Oh, we could work with these too. These are picture frames. This is fabric. Yellow fabrics. Light yellow fabrics. Library cards. I could put that tag in a library card. Maybe I'll keep one of these out. Keep one of these out. I need more images. I had some images. I don't know if I put them back in my box. I'm not sure about this fabric. It's more farmer's market than sunshine. Let's just roll it up in a, and let's put that, where was the package of it? What do I do with it? I've got these little pieces, but I think she meant these for the, boho buttons. That fabric. So this is more background paper. I'm needing some images. Let me put this back in here. Maybe I'll pull a piece of this out because I do love that color. And I pulled my golden frames out. And we want to see what's in here. I pulled this out. And see, I think she means these for the boho. She was making boho beads. And I think she put some of this in to make your own boho bead. Because it's just little snippets. But I want to look at this and see what do I have in here. I don't know if this is... Oh, I have these fairies. They're fairy buttons. I might keep those out, but I'm afraid they'll get smashed. And this is, I think I got this from, these things from Rebecca. I don't think this really belongs in the Sunshine Journal. Put this back behind me. This really isn't Sunshine. I don't know how it got with my Sunshine stuff. Probably opening it one day. But I'm going to keep the fairy buttons out, but they're kind of dimensional. And I'm afraid if I put them in here, that they'll get, I got 3 of them. I'm afraid they'll get broken. Oh. Put that behind me. I'm going to get my box out. Something fell on the floor. What fell? Ink pen, I think. Get my box out. I want some images. I thought I had saved some images for my Sunshine. Let's get my bee box out and open up the... I got fabrics and fabric. Oh, here I got stickers. And I got 1 quote left. And leopard fabric. And washi tape. And butterfly fabric. We could work with this bee. I'm thinking I want that bee in my commonplace journal, though. Uh-oh, I'm knocking stuff down. Stickers. Cluster, lacy clusters. Here's one I can use. I could use these sunflowers. Oh, we could put this sampler in tonight. Let's do the sampler. It's a bee. That really could go in my commonplace journal too, but I'm going to use it in here. And then I've got some origami paper. We might work with some of that. This is used for gluing. I think this paper come from Debbie Epps. And these are pages that are folded. I've got some lacy lace. I've got some more Sunshine quotes down here. Wait a minute here. Let me just pull this out. I don't want that. Oh. Package. I got some ladies, some labels. Oh, and I got some of these stitched fabrics that have words that Jacqueline's daughter did. I might work with those. Do I want this? No, I think I'll skip that for tonight. Now let's put this paper on the bottom. And we'll keep these out temporarily. I'm gonna knock things off here if I'm not careful. Did I knock my pomander off? Where'd I put him? I might have knocked him off on the floor. gonna have to look after chat. I knocked all these tape rolls over. I want to put these fabrics back in the box. I'm not going to use these. Did you guys see my pomander fall off on the floor? You may not have noticed, though. It may not. My camera may not have shown it. I think I knocked my pomander off. I think I had him set him up here. I just never have enough room for everything. Never have enough room to work. My room is full. All right. What I want to do, we don't need this package anymore. I saved these things out to work with. This is my journal that I'm working on folios. I want to put this sampler, this Buzz Bee, in this sunshine journal. I want to do that. I have a tag that I made. Well, this is a tag that Rebecca made. I thought I had a tag that I made. I've got some sunshine. I've got some sunflowers. Here's another Rebecca tag. Here's some clusters that Rebecca made that I bought from a sunshine journal. Some stickers, some washi tape. Here's a "Let the sun shine in" quote. And these are stickers that are kind of gold sunshiny. Uh-oh. Let me put this package in the box. Get it out of the way. No, I don't think I want to. I'm going to put it this way. I need to put these up here. Yeah. I'll come back to those. I think what I want to do, let's get this white pen. Did I put the lid back on this one? I did. I think what I want to do is work with these tags and this. I don't know. Let's see where I want to put that. I want to put this in here. I have to figure out where I want to put it and how I want to put it. And I actually think I like it on this, but it doesn't really. I would have to put it on a first sheet. I can't put it on a back sheet. I'd have to put it on something that opens up. This one's done. And this one, I might be able to put it in here, but I don't like. Let's take that folio out of this and maybe put it in this one. Right in here, and put this here. Now, the question is, do I want to cut it? I have to center it if I'm going to put it on this sheet. So we're going to take this and put it all away. I could put it. No, these, I've used up all the front folios here except for, well, I didn't use this one. I could put it on here. What's on? There's nothing on that. I could take this out and put this one in. I think I like that. And this is still blank. And this one's just itself. So this I could put in here because it's just itself. So I could put this here with this. And I do like this. This folio I'm not so crazy about. It's one of my first ones and I'm just feeling my way. So let's fold these up. I wish I would have taken my pomander off my desk. I think it fell. I knocked this stuff off because I don't see it. Okay, so we want to work with this sheet. I want to work with this. And I could maybe fold this around, but I don't like doing that. I think I'll cut it. I think I'll put acid-free score tape. This is score tape, and it's acid-free around the edge here. And maybe a strip here and a strip here. Or maybe a strip on the back of here and here. And then I'll center it down like I want it. Probably start for the top here, and then I'll cut the linen. And I can use the linen on other things in my journal. You know, you could frame this and hang it, but I think I would enjoy it more in my journal. This is a beautiful hand-stitched piece, but they didn't sign it. Whoever did this didn't sign it, so I got it from my friend down in St. Louis. So I'm going to use this. Hopefully I'll have enough to go around here. I think I got some thinner score tape. Might be out in the other room. Let's do it this way. Whoops. Well, I guess that will be fine. And I'll put a piece here. Here. And I should do some slow stitching sunshine themed things here. Now, I have enough of this left. I think I'll put, oh, no I don't. I just have a strip. The rest is cardboard. It goes to here. So I'll probably throw the rest of this away because it's, and I don't do much mark making anymore. So I'm going to throw that away. But let's put this, let's just put it in the center here. And I thought I had a, this is acid-free, but it's not score tape. This isn't score tape either. I have some score tape out in the other room, but I don't want to go looking for it. Well, I just don't want to go out there. let's put this here. This is Dollar Tree tape. It says it's acid-free. I guess we'll find out someday. I'll enjoy it while I have it. All right. So now what I want to do is I'll bend the, let's throw these away because I'm done with those. What I want to do is I want to do the Becky, I'm going to do the Becky bend here because I want to center my, so the Becky bend, I call it the Becky bend because I learned it from Becky. She learned it for somebody else. But you bend your tape, your release paper, you bend it. Or your tape, whatever you're using, you bend it. And I'm just going to do the top here. Because what I want to do is figure out where I want this on my page. And I think I want it right in here. It looks maybe up just a teeny bit. And it looks, get a ruler here. And of course, I'm cramped. So right here, no, right here. No, I don't want to do the Becky bend yet here because I want to figure out my spacing. So my page, if I put this right here, I'm moving it over to the side because I gotta get my ruler in here. And my page ends right there. Let me get a piece of tape. Where's my beginning? Let's put that tape right here because that's where the end of my page is. So if I use it that way and my ruler at the end, I'm just a teeny bit off. So I'm going to move it this way just a teeny bit. A teeny bit. My page is there. Move it a little bit this way again. Visually, I think I'm okay. So now I'm going to take my Becky bend and put it there. And then I'm just going to press that down. And I'm going to do it with the rest over here. There we go. Now I think I'll do the center ones. And the score tape I find is pretty easy. This score tape is not new. And it's pretty easy to, it releases pretty easy. She said. She said, it's generally been my experience. Now I'm on fabric, so it might be a little harder on fabric to get it. I generally don't have a problem. Let me turn this so I can see where I'm going. There we go. Generally pretty easy. I have a harder time with the, but it might be making a liar out of me tonight. I have a harder time getting the dollar store release paper up. There's that one. Now, the tape is supposed to be acid-free, so I'm trusting what they said is true. But I'm doing it because I enjoy the sampler, and I think I'll enjoy it more in my book than just in my collection. I'll never get it framed and hung. So I'm going to put this down right about here. Now I'm going to do the sides and the bottom. And that's sticky there, but I need to get this up. See, this comes up, score tape I find comes up pretty easy. Now, let's do this side. But I don't, score tape is expensive too. So I generally, this is still stuff I had that I brought home from Madison 10 years ago. And I used the last of it on this. And then we just have, and I don't think I'll use any glitter glue or anything like that on here. I'm just going to trust that my tape will hold it. There we go. But I am going to cut the pieces off of here. And I like it. Now, I may come in here and I might put something else on here sometime, but not tonight. So now what I want to do, I think I'll start on this side. I think I'll cut this first. No, do I want longer pieces? I think I want longer pieces. Let's get my ruler out of the way. And since this is an art journal that I'm putting this in, I'm not trying to make this a beautiful frame piece, so if that my cutting is awkward, it's awkward. We'll see how it looks once I get it done. But I'll be happy with it regardless. I don't know what count that this is, but I would say it's probably pretty close to 32 count fabric. It could be 28 count, but I'm thinking it's probably closer to 32 count. I'm liking it. Buzz. Can you guys see it? Buzz. It's a little beehive. I might eventually find some little bee stickers or something to put on there. Let's cut this. Guess I'll cut from this side first. Now, the person that did this, if they could see me doing this, they would probably be cringing. Meri, I worked so hard on that. But you gave it away. You gave it to be sold. I don't think I paid a lot for this. It's a pretty simple pattern, but it takes some time to do these little things. Throw that away. Throw my scrappies away. Might have got a little bit of the page with that. It looks all right. Let's do this one. This is one of those cards that Jacqueline dyed these. They've got this real pretty frame around them. And the dye, the frame is a shiny, glossy, and it resists the dye, so it makes it look silvery. It's very pretty. Got the bangs in my eyes. The wind is blowing my hair in my eyes. The fan. Now, I could come on and put some washi tape on this. I don't know what the thin stuff looks like. Whoops. Because I need to repair my box. I don't have any real thin. I don't want green, I don't want black, I don't want... This would probably be the closest to what I'd want. And I have to get to it. Some of this. Would I want that on there? I could put the floral. I don't think any other... I think that's a little bit darker gold than this. Might look better. I'm not sure about using the floral because I don't want to grab the attention from the sampler. Let's pull this other gold out. I think I like that. Now, getting it stuck on there is the story. Let's just take all of these out. I doubt that I have. Well, I'll probably have enough to go around all of them. This might be where I use my fine art glitter glue. I don't know if I want to use a glue stick down here. Throw that away. These are bees. These are little bee washi tape. There's a little bees on there. And it says create, and then it has a bee, but I think it's not what I want. So I might use my fine art glitter glue. And what am I going to do with these? I'm going to save these. Might use them in here someplace. Let's get out my fine art glitter glue. And find I turned the lamp off. I can't see very good in here at night. Find the beginning, I think, is in here. No. You have to kind of feel for the start of it. Right here. I'm hoping I think I will have enough to go around, but probably not 2 sheets if I wanted to do more than one. To get it going here. So I'm going to take my fine art glitter glue and I'm going to run a stream. Down here. And then I'm going to take my tape. Hopefully it won't tear. Seems to be going pretty good. And I'm going to put it just in here. And then I'm going to do the other long side. What that is. Scrappies, scrappies all over the place. I got scraps. And we're going to run a line of glue. And this will just help the washi tape stay stuck. Washi tape generally is not used for this type of application. It's used to hold notes and stuff like that that are not going to be permanent. But if you use a little, on my journals, I don't have any qualms about using glue stick on my washi tape, but on something like this, I think the fine art glitter glue is probably a better use. Now, this has smaller space in here than it does here. Let's do this one first. And I might put it halfway and cut it. We'll see. Make it thinner. I could make this one thinner too. Let's do this one first. So I'm thinking just put it halfway on. We'll see what happens. Something like that. See, if I put all of it on there, it would cover clear to here. I'll come back and cut that. And let's see, I didn't get this glued down and it's already coming up. Put some glue on that. So I'm only going to put this one halfway on too, so it'll kind of match the top. So it'll be wider on the bottom than it is at the, on the sides than it is on the top and bottom. And let's get this to kind of be straight. And I'm going to go clear across here. And we'll see how effective this is. I might want it a little bit. A little bit more. I don't know, I lifted that up, but I think glue will still hold it. So now, let's put my pen back in my glue. Might be premature, I might have to, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. And let's go ahead and cut. Let's do these. That one's pretty small. Now, I want to cut about half of this off. I could try to turn it under. That might be an option rather than trying to cut it. I think I'll try that. Let's see, because I don't have anything on this side. Yet. And so this could become a part of this. I'm gonna take a tape here and kind of smooth that out a little, I think. We'll pull it toward the tape. And let's fold it over. I think that was the better choice rather than trying to cut it. Could have done that with the sides. No, I didn't do the sides. I did the whole thing on the sides. I like this. That worked. That's nice. I'm liking it. Let's do this side. And take my tape here. And I'm just kind of taking it and pushing this glue back over the tape. Rather than that way or this way, I'm pulling it over onto the side of the back of the tape. Yeah, get it off my finger. And let's just pull it over here, glue it down. And I think that worked good. I got a little to clip off over here. It looks like some of the fabric is coming off over here too, or can come off. Showing off over on the edge here. It needs to be clipped off. There. Got the tape on my elbow. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. I do like it. Yay! Let me get a paper towel. Clean that nozzle and take my pen and make sure that it's, well, that's not the right pen. Can't see it. There. Just make sure that the airway is clean. It just helps the next time I pull it out. So, I'm happy with that. I think I got a nice page in my journal. Sunshine. I think the buzz is enough of a quote to say buzz. And I like how the gold kind of sets it off. It's kind of a subtle border. So I am going to put it, in with this signature, which I like this signature. I think I did a good job on this signature. But we're going to put it in here. And that means I need to do some more pages in here. So, let's go back to my I think I took, did I take this one out of it? This signature's pretty thick. I could put this one back in there. This has my, let's see. Let's put this back in here like this. This, I need to put this in here. I want this to go on this page. I like both of these signatures, but let's see if this one fits back in here. Put that here. I had this one. I guess I didn't have anything on this page. I'm trying to remember if I had this signature in here. We could put it like this. I think I like that. Because this one's pretty thick because it has this bird tag and it'll have a tag here. I don't want these to get too thick. That's just a stray page. I think I'll put it over in here for now. So, let's see. Yeah, I think I like this, but I need to work on these pages a little more. Maybe I'll work on this one now. I have a cardboard here. So, what did I pull? I've got these scraps. These are linen scraps. I've got a quote. I've got some tags and clusters. If I put too many thick things in here, it'll grow thick, so I'm kind of shying away from the clusters. This makes that too thick. I have more linen. I have some washi tape. I still have some washi tape over here. Put that back in the box. put it back. I'm thinking this might be nice on here. It's not too thick. I don't think I want the blue. Now, do I want a part of it? Or do I want it like this? It doesn't make sense going like this. So I think at the bottom. And then I could, well, actually it could go, it's just the right size. It could go on here. And so it'd be on both the front and the back of this signature. I don't think I'll use that. But what else do I want? See, that's what I'm saying. I need more images. I've got origami paper. I guess it goes like this. No, it has to go. It has to go like this. And I've got this. But the thing of it is, when I use origami paper, it's front and back. That doesn't look right. I think it goes like that. But do I want this with that? I like this. And just seal it so that I could flip it. I'd have to center it. Let's fold this in half. What do I have that's falling out over here? My tags are falling out. Here. I have more origami paper. Oh, and I have these words from Jacqueline. I like the Grace ones. Oh, and everything's falling. I got a sunshine. Is there something behind me? Hold on. I don't want to run over it. It's a doily. And I got my fairies buttons that I'm reluctant to use. And I've got some frames and stickers. I'm going to put all of this back. I'm going to have to start looking for more sunshine images. And so I think I've talked myself out of using this. I don't think these two. So what I'm going to do, get everything off. What I'm going to do is fold this page in half. Now wait, what way does it fold? It folds like this. You're supposed to make origami with this paper, but I pulled out the duplicates. I have duplicates of these pages. These pages were sent to me by Annie V. Long time ago. So now this fold can meet this fold right here. And when I bind it, I can bind that in. I like that. Now I can do something on here, but I don't know what. And then I can do something in there. I'm wondering if there's some way I can attach this now. Do I want to attach it, or do I want to leave it like this and just work on it half at a time? That's the question. And if I leave it like this, knowing I'm going to use it in here, I can actually take this out and work on these sides. And then knowing that this is going to go over it. Like so. Do I have it up? No, I have it right side up. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this and put it in the right slot. So I need to work on these 2 pages. So I'm back to using my sunshine fabric, my sunflower fabric, wherever I did with it. I don't know what I did with it. Here it is. So I can still use this here, which I originally liked. So if I use this here and use this here, do I like that? I don't really like, but there's only a little poking out. I don't like this combination in there. So I'm not sure I want it. It fits nice. It looks nice that way. The thing I could do, I don't have to use all of it. I could put something here and here. Let's do this again. It's about 2 inches. I tear them off the bottom here. Come down a little bit more. It's about 2 inches that I could do something else in here, or I could just leave it like, cut it off there and let this run down all the way and do something on that border, depending on, yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's fold this in half. Well, let's cut the, I don't like the blue on the bottom either. I'm not seeing chat right now. Let's see if I can tear this. I like that. I love the torn frayed edges. So, from this is about 4 1/4. So, let's put it this way. We're going to cut this much off, because I'm going to put this around here, and this margin, I didn't like this sticking out. I don't like this combination. It just doesn't appeal to me. So I'm going to just keep this fabric this size, only it will go over here about like this. And then this page will come over and cover that up. But when you open it up, it'll look something like that. And maybe I'll put some of that black VCR tape here. That would be fun, because it would go match that. So that's what I'm going to do. Let's look at chat. Let me cut this first, and then I'll come out and look at chat. Meri gets into doing these things, and she forgets where she's at sometimes. So let me give a cut here. Wherever this ends, can't see it black on black. It doesn't have to be perfect, but maybe right about here. And I don't know if I can tear this. No. Let's just cut it. Sort of. That's good enough. And put it around this way. Fold it in half. Put it right about there. And this will get glued down. And this will come like this. And it should mostly cover that up. I might have to trim the edges a little. But I like that. Let's come out and look at chat. And then I've got a little piece to use. Let me refresh chat. I get into my world here, you guys. Chat, what time is it? It's 11:15. Brenda says, I rarely use origami paper for origami. Well, I love how it's two-sided, but I don't do origami either, so I try to, and I ruin it, so I go to typing paper, and I never quite accomplish. I could probably do an airplane, or maybe a boat. Brenda says, when the moon is in the 7th house and Jupiter aligns with Mars, then peace will guide the planets and love will steer the stars. Not crazy. From Mary's, let the sun shine in. Oh, when the moon is in the 7th house and the Jupiter aligns with Mars, then peace will guide the planets and love will guide the stars. From Let the Sun Shine. 5th dimension quote. Thank you, Brenda. I'll come back and copy that. I can't copy and paste here, but I can come in after chat and grab that quote. Thank you. That's a cool quote. In fact, I can copy it here. When... Uh-oh, I got the dry pen. I should get rid of that, but I'm thinking I can reconstitute it. And this is the calligraphy pen. When the moon is... Oh, stop it! When the moon is in the 7th house. When the moon is in the 7th house. And Jupiter aligns with Mars. And Jupiter aligns with Mars. Then peace will guide the planet. We need that to happen. Then peace will guide the planet. And love will steer the stars. And love will. Anybody know when Jupiter is going to align with Mars by any chance? And love will steer the stars. It's let the sun shine from the fifth dimension quote. Let the sun shine. Fifth dimension quote. You're good at those song quotes, Brenda. You've done this before. Fifth dimension quote. Thank you for that. I'll put that in my sunshine box. She says, somewhere on your desk I saw let the sun shine, fifth dimension on your desk. Oh, it's probably in one of my pages. I think I have that. I probably came out in the mid to late 60s. I've known it most of my life. Thank you for giving me that. I appreciate it. Joyce says she's getting sleepy, so she's going to turn in. Sleep, sweet dreams, Joyce. Chaz says, I really wish they would put tabs to find the end of the tape. I agree. I agree, Chaz. You got my vote on that. Angie went to bed. Angie says, Joyce, I would if I could. Good night, Angie. Joyce says, Angie, come to my house. She says, I would if I could. Angie says, okay, all, I'm tired. I'm going to get up in 6 hours, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Yeah, Angie's got an early day. She says, here it is, 12 o'clock at night. I shouldn't be in bed, but I'm in the cleaning mode. And Chaz says, Angie, I know that feeling. She says, now I need a box to put things in that I'm mailing to Jacqueline. Okay, I got my craft table cleaned now, she said. Now I can just remember where I put things. Boy, I know that feeling. Joy says, hi, Brenda. Angie says, Meri, I took it. Oh, I must have been looking for something. And Angie said, Meri, I took it. Oh, my Pomodoro. Angie said she took my, not Pomodoro, my pomander. Pomodoro. My pomander. I think it fell off the edge. I'm going to have to get my gripper out and pick it up. I think it fell off of the edge of my desk. I got that box off and I had it sitting on the top of my tape. And I think it fell over the cliff. I'll dig it out after chat. There's Disney. She was in here. They're saying hello to her. Jen. She said, Meri, it's me, Jen. Oh, it's Jen. I call you, Disney Craft Jen. I just made the association. It's Kitty Jen. Are you Kitty Jen? I just made the association now. Hi, Jen. She's saying hi. Angie says she's cleaning her room. Allie says she's tired and she's going to bed. Well, I'm not quite tired yet. I'm going to work on this signature. All right. I'm caught up with chat. So what I want to do next, I think I want to trim this a little on each side. I don't want it peeking out. Make sure I have my pins on the... So I'm just going to trim a little off of each side here. And it'll be sloppy trimming because I should put a paper under it. Take my own advice. Put a paper under this. It's easier to trim when you got something sturdy under it. straight though. I just want a little off of it. It doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be cut a little shorter. Now I'm going to do that on the other. See, I just took a, probably not even a, well, maybe an eighth off of this. Now let's do this side. Stringy. And I still have a little sticky there. I think that's the other side. My glasses are falling down my nose. There we go. Now, that probably won't stay. I'll put it in the back here, or inside. Oh no, it'll blow away. Now I'm going to open this up, make sure I have it on the bottom. I'm going to fold this in half. So I know the fold is there. And I'm going to put the fold on the fold. Whoops, where's it at again? Let's mark it on the back with my pencil. Mark it with this. Just when I go to put it down, I'll know where the fold is. And then let's mark the end in here, over here, and in here. So I'm going to glue this down. Let's mark the top. Right in here, and right in here, and right in here. So I'm going to put it in this area here. And how do I want to put it? What am I going to use? Well, I don't think glue stick will hold it. So I guess I'm going back to the Fine Art glitter glue. I could use my Yes paste, but I think I'll use the Fine Art glitter glue again. And I think I'm going to put it on the fabric. Put this away. I don't want to get it messed up. And I'm going to just dot my fabric around the edges, and maybe then I'll go back into the inside. This Fine Art glitter glue does a pretty good job of holding things, like fabric to paper. Got a thread in there. Now I'm just going to kind of zigzag around in here. That looks pretty good to me. Yes, and they're dots, because I can't drag that on the... Then I'm going to take this, the fan's blowing it, and I'm going to fit it in here, right in right in there. Take my towel and buffer it down. Buff it down. Got a string. I'm liking that. Now, the fun part. I'm gonna use some of that VCR tape that we did on our Page-to-Page journal. And I'm gonna put it here. And that will really make a nice contrast. And I put that down with my glue stick, believe it or not. And let's reach over and get it. Where is it? Where did I put it? Society of Gift Collectors in the way. What do I have here? Fabric and boxes. What is this? In the way. What is it? Do I have to go hunting for it? This one. Who used this one? This isn't the one I was using last night, but it's very similar. It's the other side of it. Oh, Mary. It's the rest of it. And all I did was put this tape down like this, cut off a section, and the glue really held it down. Now this is puffy from, I guess I could pull these things out while I'm doing this. And I just put it down like this. And I was surprised that the glue stick held this so well. Let's snip this off. And I might put another strip here. In fact, let's put this one more over there. Let's snip it, because I've got plenty of this, and I got 3 more tapes to undo. But I'm not going to do that tonight, because that's crazy stuff. Although Angie went to bed. Angie doesn't like it when I get out the sharp tools. It makes her nervous. Mary's going to kill herself one of these days. And I'm just putting glue down in here. And I'm taking my snippet of tape. What happened to it? Did it blow away? Here it is. That's the other side. Take my snippet of tape and put it down, and it surprises me how well it stays. And then I'll cut this part off. Well, let's do I think I'll do 2 of these. I think I'll do another one over here. Maybe like that. Ooh, a bee would look really nice in there. I need to carve a bee. A bee like my cat and dog. Oh, I'm going to design it. Let's snip this off. That bee would look so nice in here. I've got a bee stamp someplace. I'll take this off. I might put one here, because remember, this is going to be folded. I'm liking this. It reminds me of a bee. We're just going to run a strip of glue And this tape really holds on to that glue. I was surprised. And it holds it pretty good. I bent the pages, and I was thinking that this would slip off. I was thinking it wouldn't attach, but it attaches pretty nice. And it's shiny. I don't think you guys see how shiny this is. It's shiny like, it's a shiny like tape. Just cut it there, and I'm going to throw these away because one of them attached to the bottom of my foot last night, and I was walking around the rug and I go, what is on my foot? And it was a piece of this tape. After my chat last night, I need to put some more glue on the ends here. Let's put some more glue here on the ends. Now, do I want another piece here, right where it folds? Let's fold it. Let's fold it this way. Because that's the way it will fold. I think I do. It will just set it off. I like that. I might even like a piece up here. We'll see when I get there. I might just move it over a little and let that sunflower. No. Yeah. Let that sunflower peek out. It likes to hold on to my tape, my glue. So we're just going to run a line of glue right in here. Take my, this is VCR tape. There are about four of them in the drawer here for the last 10 years. And I think my brother's significant other recorded movies, one of them, and shows. One of them was The Dukes of Hazzard, and one was The Mummy. And nobody was using them. They're going to use now in my art journals. And I've got plenty of it because I've got 4 VCR tapes that I pulled out of there, and there's probably more upstairs. She liked her VCR tapes. Now, let's see. Do I actually want one across this way? If I do, it would be high. I think that's too much. I think I like it just like that. I might run a real thin line across. But right now, I think I'll leave it just like this. I'm liking it. Now let's do the other side. See how it dresses it up? Look at the difference between this side and this side. It just makes a difference. Now this one will have a piece going this way. Let's go ahead and do this side. I'll fold it in half. And we'll let this sunflower peek out here. This is all Chaz's. Chaz and Vale got me into doing this last night. And we did vertical stripes in my paste-to-page journal. And then we did some diagonal ones, and then Vale was telling me some others that I could do. Where did I do those? Look at these. And this was all put down with glue stick. And they're staying. They aren't moving. And I'm really liking them. And then Vale said, Meri, you need to do your cover. So that's coming up. I'm not going to do that this morning or tonight or whatever time it is now. But the cover will get done. I'm working in my sunshine journal tonight. Let's go ahead and put this one down. Sunshine. Let the sunshine in. And this glue, if it gets off over a little, it dries. It doesn't bother me if I don't have it glued a perfect line. And it seems to hold this tape pretty good. Tape seems to latch onto it and glue down pretty good. I don't have trouble with it coming up or slipping around. That's pretty good. It's kind of slippery vinyl tape, and who knows what images are on here. There's some movie on here. I think it's the Dukes of Hazzard. You can't see anything, and I'm wondering how this works if you record a movie on this. I'm going to have to ask Arnie. How did the images get on a little piece of tape? That's the type of thing I ask Arnie. All right, now we're going to do this. Let's ask him. Let's ask Arnie about VCR tape. Oh, I've got to put my password in. Hold on. All right. Where we at, Arnie? I want a new chat. Hi, Arnie. Not Ernie, Arnie. Oh. So, Arnie, I'm still in my stream and I'm working in a journal. Now, last night, I got ambitious, and there was an old VCR tape that was laying around the house that had a Dukes of Hazzard movie recorded on it. But it's been sitting around here for 10 years, and nobody has watched it or used it. So I broke open the VCR cassette thing, and I pulled out the reels of tape. Now, I know from the documentation that she had written that she recorded Dukes of Hazzard on it. And I'm gluing the tape down onto my pages in my journal, kind of as borders and decorative things. But as I'm gluing it, I'm going, what? How in the world do they get a movie recorded on a vinyl tape? Or is it vinyl? Whatever it is, it's kind of plasticky stuff. And it surprises me that my little glue stick actually holds it down nice. But as I'm working on it, I'm going, I'm probably smearing glue all over the Dukes of Hazzards. But then that got me to wondering, how do they record? Is it the same, kind of the same thing, that it's numbers and making up patterns and stuff? Can you tell me a little about how that worked back then? And he says, oh yes, Mary. He always says, oh yes, when he has an answer. See, those are the kind of things I ask Arnie about. I get to wondering. Let me cut this while I'm... He says, oh yes, Mary. And the funny thing is, while you're gluing that tape in your journal, you really could say, I'm gluing the Dukes of Hazzard to the page. Parts of that recording are physically represented in magnetic pattern on the tape you're cutting up. And no, it isn't quite like the numbers and digital patterns that we've talked about with computers. VHS was analog, and that's what makes it especially interesting. The brownish black ribbon that you pulled out of the cassette is not vinyl. It's a thin plastic film, usually polyester coated, with microscopic magnetic particles. And these particles are the important part. Imagine the tape passing rapidly by a tiny electron magnet inside the VCR. And when the program was being recorded, the VCR took changing electronic signals representing the picture and sound. How in the world? And used the recording heads to magnetize the microscopic particles, continuously changing patterns. It wasn't writing little pictures of the Duke boys onto the tape, of course. It was storing an electrical representation of the television signal as magnetism. Wow. And here's the especially clever part. A television picture contains an enormous amount of information, far more than ordinary audio tape. So the VHS machines used a spinning drum with video heads mounted on it. The tape wrapped partly around that drum, and as the drum spun, the heads recorded the video in tiny diagonal tracks across the tape, rather than simply running lengthways along it. And he's showing pictures here of the drum, and the wrap angle, and the rotation, head A, track of recorded head across the tape. What's the other picture? And here's and I bet this, see this here, that silver thing there, looks a lot like this. I don't know if it is or not. And here's the two tapes. That's how they looked in the cassette. Audio head, there's an audio head there, and the end of the tape sensor, capstan, and pinch roller. The sound and control information could be recorded in other portions of the tape as well. And later, when somebody pressed play, the head sensed those magnetic variations and converted them back into electronic signals. That just amazes me. That amazes me. And this is old technology. The VHS tape is probably pretty old technology. And just think of the wonder of it. That there are little electronic patterns on here. That if it could ever be put back together, you could watch the movie. But it'll never be put back together. I completely destroyed it. I know, I'm not saying that it would be. Let me put this down. I wondered how that worked. It isn't like a painting in there. A little pictures. It's all electronic signals. Isn't that amazing? This is crooked. Let's see if I can straighten this out. Now on this side too. The television then turned these signals back into light, color, movement, and sound. So when you look at that plain dark ribbon, there's nothing that your eyes can see. Well, that's true, except where I see it's crooked. My eyes say it's crooked. Oh, so this is a polyester plastic thing, he said. Whoops, Arnie, I got out of it. Here comes General Lee. But the microscopically magnetic coating contains the continuously varying magnetic information from that recording. And there's something that I think makes it particularly neat for an art journal. You're not merely using an old piece of plastic as decoration. You're using an obsolete information storage medium. It's still crooked. I can't get it straight. Here, let's use my lines. See, it starts out on that line and it goes, it needs to come here. There, that's a little straighter. So I'm using this line as a guideline. Isn't that that's interesting? And here's something that I think makes it particularly neat for an art journal. You're not merely using an old piece of plastic as decoration. You're using an old, obsolete information storage medium. That ribbon once carried a television program as invisible magnetism, and now the VCR era, or VHS era, has largely passed. You're giving the physical material another life as a part of your handmade book. Yeah, it sat in my drawer for 10 years. Got in my way until I finally pulled it out. One small practical note while you're working with it tonight. VHS tape is quite thin and can crease and curl. But if your glue stick is holding it nicely, that's a perfectly reasonable for collage work. I wouldn't worry about the glue smearing the movie. The recording isn't ink sitting on the surface waiting to dissolve. It's a magnetic pattern in the coating. So yes, somewhere underneath that glue stick, Bo and Luke Duke may presently be permanently attached to your journal. They're in there somewhere. So, yeah, somewhere under, oh, I read that. I'm curious, is the recording, the magnetic recording, only on one side of the tape? And would it be on the outside rather than on the inner side as the tape wraps around on itself? Or is it on the inner side and not the outside? Or is it on both sides? He says, yes. He gives me really good answers. Look how long. He's still talking. And I call it he because I have a male voice set up. I could call it a she. And in fact, I do have a she on my other account, but I haven't used her much. Okay, so I asked him where the recording is. He says the magnetic recording is essentially on one side of the VHS tape, not both. And there really is a right side and a back side. The tape is made roughly like a little sandwich, a thin polyester plastic base with the magnetic coating on one face. The opposite face may have a very thin backing treatment to improve handling, reduce static, and help the tape wind smoothly. But that's not where the program is recorded. Inside the VCR, the magnetic coated side faces the spinning video head. So the magnetic coated side faces the spinning video head drum, and the heads have to come extremely close to that magnetic surface to read those tiny magnetic patterns. As for your reel, when the VHS tape is wound onto its reel, the magnetic coated recording surface normally faces inward toward the center of the roll, while the backing side faces outward. That's interesting to know. So if you look at it like this, the outward portion that I'm touching here is the back side. And I'm actually gluing the thin, well, I don't know what side I'm gluing down because they both look the same. Even though one, I think the back side is shinier though than the front side. I think so. Well, it depends on how you hold it up to the light. But I do think the back side is shinier than the front side. So if you've been gluing the shinier back side against the paper, you may actually have the dukes facing outward. Of course, they're not going anywhere now. They've been sentenced to life in an art journal. Well, right now I'm putting them in my Sunshine Art Journal, so they should be very happy in there. It's kind of an interesting, I was looking at the tape as I was reading about the back side and the front side, and I do think the back side is shinier, has more shine to it than the front side, the inner side. The inner side, it has a little bit of shine as I hold it up to the light, but it kind of has this dull side to it too. And I haven't been paying attention to whether I put the shinier side out or the dull side out, because once I clip it, I just grab it and glue it down. But now that I know that I have probably been gluing the inner side down, so they're trapped between the paper and the and the tape. But does it make sense that the inner side would not be quite as shiny? And when I say shiny, I mean because I've got my studio lights, my desk lights shining down on it, and it reflects off of the tape. Let's see what he says. Oh, let's see what he says. Oh, then they have absolutely nothing to complain about because they're in my Sunshine Journal. The Dixie Hazards have gone from racing around Hazard County to living permanently in the Sunshine Art Journal. That's quite a retirement for an old VHS recording. And I actually love the accidental connection. That dark, almost black magnetic tape against the sunshine theme page gives you a wonderful contrast. See, he doesn't actually see it, but he can kind of see it. He can kind of visualize how my page may look. See, when I hold this here, I don't know if you guys can see it on the, but I see more shine on this than I do. Let's see. Let me click this because I'm trying to do three things. I'm multitasking. I'm talking to Arnie and I'm gluing down and I'm snipping tape. And I'm trying to figure out which is the shiny side. Now I've got the dull side in, I think. Let's see what he says about that. I'm just going to set this here. And I actually love the accidental connection. That dark, almost black magnetic tape against the sunshine theme gives it a wonderful contrast. Plus, it has a hidden story that nobody looking at the journal would ever guess. They just see an interesting, shiny, ribbon-like border. And you know there's an entire old television recording hiding in it. Years from now, somebody could look at that page and wonder, why did she put blue VHS tape in there? And the answer would be, well, that happens to the Dukes of Hazzard. That's exactly the sort of odd little piece. Now, I thought I asked him about, I guess I didn't. He didn't answer my question, or I didn't see the answer to which side is shinier. Arnie, do you know which side is there one side of that VHS tape that's shinier than the other? It seems to me like the inward side where the recording goes is not quite as shiny as the back side. Would that make sense, or am I just imagining that? He says, yes, Meri. He always starts with yes. Yes, Meri, you are seeing a real difference. You're not just imagining it. On a typical VHS tape, the two surfaces can look slightly different. The magnetic recording side generally is the duller, which makes sense to me, more matte-looking side. That's the surface coated with a very fine magnetic material that actually carries the video and audio information. The back side can appear smoother and a little shinier depending on the particular tape formulation and the manufacturer. So your observation, the inward recording side doesn't look quite as shiny as the other side, makes good sense. One little correction to make sure I don't lead you astray, though, shine alone is not a foolproof test. Different VHS tapes use different coatings, and age and wear can change their appearance. But when you have one piece of tape in your hand and can clearly see that one surface is more matte and the other more glossy, the matte, duller, brown-black surface is very likely the magnetic oxide recording surface. So there you are, sitting in your live stream, examining VHS tape closely enough to distinguish its magnetic coating. And he's laughing at that. He's got a little emoji. That's how he laughs. He shows a little giggling emoji. And if the dull side is facing upward on your shiny journal page, you can quite legitimately announce to your viewers, ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the Dukes of Hazzard. They're just very, very, very small. Where's Daisy? And what was that sheriff's name? I can't remember it. The big fat sheriff guy. I couldn't call him big fat, but that's how I remember him. I have another question for him. I'm wondering, Arnie, is the tape safe to handle? We're talking about coatings and everything. I mean, I'm handling this. I washed my hands afterwards, but is there any part of this that's hard to handle? I mean, that's not safe to handle as far as the tape itself, not the way I broke into the cassette. He says, yes, Meri. Let's see what he says. Yes, Meri. Ordinary intact VHS tape is generally fine to handle for a craft project like this. You don't need to treat it as though the magnetic coating is a hazardous substance. Well, that's good to know. That's going to poison you from touching it. The tape is a polyester film with a magnetic coating containing very fine metal oxide particles held in a binder. Under normal handling, that coating is attached to the film. It isn't normally coming off onto your hands as loose powder. A few sensible precautions are enough. Wash your hands afterwards, which you're already doing. Don't put the tape in your mouth. I won't do that. Or handle food while working with it. I don't have any food in here. If an old tape is flaking, shredding, visible power, moldy, or badly deteriorated, I'd stop using that particular tape. Well, I haven't noticed that on these. You wouldn't want to breathe loose dust or mold. The tape itself can have surprisingly sharp edges. Now, I don't feel those, especially if you're pulling or cutting narrow strips. So that is probably a more realistic concern. And as you said, the broken cassette shell is a separate matter. Sharp pieces from that deserve more caution. I've already thrown all those away. For what you're doing tonight, taking clean-looking old VHS tape and cutting lengths of it and gluing it onto your sunshine journal and washing your hands afterwards, I wouldn't be concerned about ordinary skin contact. So the Dukes can continue moving into their new home. Well, I got one more strip here to do. Boss Hog. Was that his name, Boss Hog? The sheriff? I think it was. So I'm putting the shiny side down. I wonder if the shiny side, I've got another question for Arnie, because I'm noticing this as I tape it down. Let's ask him. Arnie, as I'm gluing these tapes into my journal, I'm finding that the ordinary glue that I get at Walmart, it's a glue stick, it's Pin Plus geared glue stick, but this tape, this VHS tape, surprised me in the fact that it grips onto the tape and it holds quite nice. That kind of surprised me that it does that, but I'm wondering which side, the coded side or the part that's recorded, which side do you think would hold on to the tape better, depending on their codings? That actually makes sense, Mary, he says. Let's see what he says. I'll let him finish talking while I'm cutting this. Well, it's good to know I'm not going to poison myself using this tape. He says it's a polyester plastic. I might have to glue those ends a little again. Not pretty good. Pretty good glued down. Put a little tape on, a little glue on that. All right, let me read what he said. See, I learn when I do this stuff. I'm learning. Arnie says, that actually makes sense, Mary, and I think your observation about the two surfaces gives us a clue. I'd expect the duller magnetic side to give your glue stick a somewhat better grip, and that's what I thought happened here. That's exactly what I thought happened. I put the duller side, I still see shine on it, but this strip is the duller side, well, actually I got the duller side glued down, on the top. So I'm making a mistake here. So I'll stop there because I don't want to confuse myself. I'd expect the duller side, magnetic coated side, to give your glue stick a somewhat better grip than the smoother, shinier back side. A glue stick works best when it's wet and can grab a surface rather than sitting on an ordinary slick plastic surface. The magnetic coating gives that side a slightly more textured surface. But there's an important wrinkle. VHS formulations vary. Some tapes had a black coating specifically designed to improve winding, reduce static, and control friction. Depending on that particular tape, that black surface can also provide a surprisingly, lost my way, a surprisingly good adhesion. So I wouldn't say that every VHS tape will behave the same way. That's interesting. And since you've already got plenty of Dukes of Hazzards to experiment with, you could do very simple tests. Glue 2 little pieces onto a scrap paper, dull side down on one side and shiny down on the other. Leave them overnight, and tomorrow try to gently lift a corner of each. This will tell you more about your particular VHS tape and your Pen Plus Clear glue stick than the chemistry alone can. There's another reason your glue stick may be working better than you expected. VHS tape is extremely thin and flexible, so when you press it down, it conforms closely to the paper. You don't need a tremendous adhesion strength. You just need, for a thick, stiff place, a thick, stiff piece of plastic. For your actual journal, though, I might favor the dull magnetic side down and the shiny side showing if your little test confirms that it holds well. You get the potentially more adhesive-friendly surface against the paper and that pretty reflection on top. Well, I think that's what I've been doing. I think I did it here, too. I thought I had the dull side up, but I don't know for sure. I lost track. Of course, there's a philosophical drawback. You would be gluing the Duke's face down. I think I glued all the Duke's face down, but I do like what I did here. I like this a lot. So Arnie, that was very informative. I learned a lot from this. And it's nice to know, it's nice to learn the history of this. Now, I have one more question. Who in the world came up with this idea of recording on a magnetic tape? Now, when I was going to business school, we had a mag card writer. And we would put those little magnetic cards into a slot, into something that almost looked like your desktop console type thing, you know, where you have the hard drive and everything. You put that magnetic card in there, and you would type your letter, and then you would hit a play key, and it would play that letter and record it off on your card, so you could play it back and do whatever you wanted to with it. Type out the letter and have it signed and send it on its way. And is that the same principle as a magnetic card writer? And of course, they've gone the way of the personal computer too. And he starts out with, "Oh yes, Meri," again. Way up here. "Oh, Meri, yes. What you used in business school was based on the same fundamental idea as that VHS tape that you're gluing into your journal tonight. That memory on the magnetic cards fits beautifully into this history." I wish I had some of those magnetic cards. "The story goes back much further than VHS. One of the key pioneers was Danish inventor Vladimir Poulsen, Poulsen, who demonstrated magnetic sound recordings in the late 1890s. His machine didn't use plastic tape at all. It recorded magnetically on steel wire." So Arnie, I'm going to, not Ernie, it's Arnie. Arnie, I'm going to break off my reading here because when I read about that inventor Paulson who recorded, when I read about that inventor, I don't have my microphone on. When I read about that inventor in the 1890s who recorded off on a steel wire, he really was before the telephone, wasn't he? They didn't have a telephone in the 1890s. So was that a precursor to the telephone, maybe even? I'm just asking because I don't know. Now I'll send this off, and then when I get to the bottom, I'll see where Arnie answered my question. Let's keep reading. He might have already told me. In the 1920s, German engineer Fritz Pfluffer, I can't pronounce that name, had the wonderfully important idea of putting tiny iron particles on a flexible strip, initially paper. He patented the magnetic recording tape in 1928, and by 1935, AEG was demonstrating the magnetophone tape recorder in Germany. Magnetophone in Germany. That basic idea, electrical information, arrow, magnetic pattern, arrow, stored on a moving surface, arrow, read back later, eventually branched out in all sorts of directions. And one of those directions, one of those branches leads straight to your business school classroom. IBM introduced the magnetic tape selective typewriter in 1964. Well, I probably used it in 1972, so a little bit later for me. And then the magnetic card selective typewriter in 1969. IBM describes those machines as important predecessors of modern word processing. Your description sounds very much like that mag card era of word processing. You typed your letters, and instead of the machine remembering the document on a hard drive the way a computer would today, it could preserve the characters magnetically. The machine could later read that magnetic information and reproduce the typing. IBM's MagCard selectric typewriter arrived in 1969, and later versions added memory and more sophisticated editing. And here's the distinction I think you'll enjoy. Your magnetic card stored symbols, letters, spaces, punctuation, and instructions. Your VHS tape stored a changing television signal, pattern, and picture and sound. Different information and considerably different recording machinery, but they're relatives. Both depend upon deliberately changing the magnetism of tiny magnetic particles and later detecting those changes. I just find this fascinating. So you've actually lived through a remarkable stretch of information storage history. Probably more than you know. I worked on the IBM 350 and 360s, 370s, 360s and 370s. The information storage history. You learned office work on equipment that sat between the mechanical typewriter and the personal computer. And now you're sitting in your live stream cutting up another magnetic technology from roughly the same broad technological family, turning it into artwork. And yes, those mag card systems eventually lost their reason for existing as electronic word processors, floppy disks, and personal computers took over. IBM itself says that the Selectric helped pave the way toward word processing and personal computers. There's something wonderful about the little piece of your own history. You were using magnetic storage before most ordinary people had a personal computer sitting on their desk. You just didn't call it data storage. You called it getting the letter typed. So here's where I ask my question. When I ask about whether it was a predecessor to the telephone. And Arnie says, yes, it is. Henry's dictation department tried to rename it again. Yeah. Henry, because I called Ernie. Ernie. But here's the surprising part. The telephone actually came first. Oh, really? Alexander Bell received his famous U.S. telephone patent in 1876. Then 20 years before, Vladimir Paulson developed the magnetic wire recorder in the late 1890s. So the telephone actually came before. Oh, that thing moved. It scared me. Oh, that's interesting to know that the telephone became before the magnetism on the. By the 1890s, telephones were already in commercial use, although certainly nothing like today's universal household telephone service. And there's a wonderful connection between the two inventions. Paulson's device, called the telegraphone, was essentially trying to solve a problem that the telephone had created. What if you could preserve a person's voice instead of merely hearing it while they were speaking? So think of the progression this way. Telephone, your voice, arrow, electronic signal, arrow, travels somewhere else and becomes sound again. Paulson's magnetic recorder, your voice goes to electrical signal and is magnetically stored on steel wire and played back later. Oh, that's interesting. So that conceptual ancestor of your magnetic business school cards and the VHS tape you're gluing in your sunshine journal tonight, that's the conceptual ancestor. And there is actually another famous recording invention before Paulson. Thomas Edison demonstrated his phonograph in 1877. But Edison's machine stored sound mechanically as physical variations rather than in a groove rather than magnetically. So the chronologically is rather delightful. In 1876, the telephone transmitted the voice. In 1877, the phonograph mechanically preserved the voice. In the 1890s, magnetic recording preserves the sound as magnetism much later. Magnetic cards and VHS store increasingly complicated information magnetically. You happen to stop at exactly the right sentence because Paulson steel wire really does open up a fascinating little doorway into the history of recorded information. So let's jump to today and our hard drives. Now our hard drives, are they still, how are they, they're storing bits and bytes of information, but is it more electronically rather than magnetically? And I'm not sure if I'm phrasing that correctly. But how does our hard drive, the information in our computer hard drives, just take up personal computer or even our phone, our SIM cards store gigabytes of information? How does that differ? It has to differ because our SIM cards are little rectangular pieces. Tell me about that. Educate me. He says, oh, there's a great jump forward. And he talks and talks. He loves to tell me all this information. He's still going. let's go back to the beginning. I don't know if I'll read all of this. I'm probably boring you guys stiff. He says, this is a great jump forward in the story because you've actually named several technologies that look similar from the outside, places where information lives, but physically stored information in quite different ways. And one correction first that will make everything else click. A traditional computer hard disk drive is still magnetic. Oh, really? That's interesting. So even on our hard drives, it's still magnetic. So that old VHS tape and a modern magnetic hard drive are distant technological cousins. A traditional hard drive disk, an HDD, contains very smooth circular platters spinning incredibly fast. Their surfaces have magnetic material on them, and a tiny read-write head moves over them. The computer represents information as bits, ones and zeros. That I knew from programming. And those bits are encoded through microscopic magnetic states on the platter. Isn't that interesting? So, isn't that interesting? That's the family resemblance to your VHS tape. Both use magnetism, but the VHS tape is analog, and the video recorded along a long flexible ribbon, whereas the computer hard drive stores digital bits in extremely tiny magnetic regions on a rigid spinning platters. Now we make a major change when we get to your phone. Your Samsung phones don't normally have little spinning magnetic hard drives inside of them. They use flash memory, a form of semiconductor storage. Flash memory stores information using tiny electronical structures, essentially trapping electrical charge in microscopic memory cells. Wow, that's a lot to absorb. Those little electronic states can represent digital information. And importantly, the information remains there when you turn the phone off and on. It doesn't need continuous power just to remember what's stored. Thank goodness. That's basically what happens in such things as micro SD cards to flash memory, USB thumb drive, flash memory, SSDs in computers, flash memory. They're all variations on semiconductor non-volatile storage. And he goes on and on. I'll have to read the rest of this offline because I just find that very interesting that here we have what he calls analog storage. And by analog, I'm thinking that he means one long line. Let's ask him that. Arnie, in talking about the VHS tape, you referred to it as analog storage. And I interpreted that as while it's recording those little magnetic bits, that it goes along one horizontal line across several yards and yards of tape. Am I picturing that right? He says, you're very close, Meri, but there's one important twist, and it's a neat one. I never quite get it right. There's always an important twist. And when I said VHS is analog, I didn't mean that the recording runs as one long horizontal line all the way down those yards and yards of tape. Analog describes how the information is represented, not the direction in which it is written. Okay. Remember that spinning drum I mentioned? That's the clever part of VHS. The VHS tape moves relatively slowly past a rapidly spinning drum containing the video heads. Because the drum is angled relative to the moving tape, those heads sweep across the tape and create very narrow diagonal tracks. So if we could enlarge your Dukes of Hazzard tape tremendously, you'd see something roughly like, and it's just a whole bunch of horizontal slashes that he's showing me. Thousands upon thousands of extremely fine diagonal tracks running across it. Each little sweep of a video head records parts of the television signal. There are also tracks running lengthwise along the tape for such things as control information and conventional wow. Now, analog sometimes is different, means something different. Imagine someone's voice getting louder and softer. An analog electronical signal varies continuously in a corresponding way. The VCR turns continuously varying television information into corresponding continuous varying magnetic pattern. Digital instead says essentially 011010001. So your original mental pattern needs only one adjustment. Analog is not one continuous horizontal line. It means continually varying information represented by continuously varying physical signals. Boy, that's a lot for my head to register. Rather than information represented as discrete digital numbers. So rather than off on, off on, off on, it's doing physical signals into like those dashes and horizontal lines and stuff. And here's the really fun part for what you're doing right now. If you cut, say, a 3-inch strip of that Dukes of Hazzard's tape and glued it into your journal, that little 3-inch strip does not necessarily contain 3 inches worth of the movie time, because those video tracks cross the width diagonally. Oh, so they're going like this. So you're cutting right through lots and lots of those microscopic digital video tracks. You've essentially made a Dukes of Hazzard collage at a magnetic level. Well, Arnie, that's a lot of information for my little head, for my little brain. I think some of it lost me, especially the analog part, but I understand the off-on of the zeros and ones because of my programming. But I'm seeing, and now correct me, I'm seeing the analog part as more physical, as you described it, little, what I see as slash marks, and maybe horizontal or little vertical lines running across the tape. So I see, rather than zeros and ones being off and on, the bits being off and on, I see physical, the magnetic recording as slashes. Yes, and I think, here he goes again. He really has a lot of information. He says, yes, and I think I see it exactly. The picture in your head has gotten tangled. He says, Meri, that picture is all tangled up in your head. Keep the slashes, but give them a slightly different job. I have to laugh over the tangled picture in my head. Maybe that's the personal part that I don't want to tell Arnie. All those tangled pictures in my head. Oh, I just have to giggle over that. The slashes are a good way to picture. I'm still laughing over it. The slashes slashes are a good way to picture the tracks on a VHS tape. Well, you put that tangled picture in my head, Arnie. He can't hear me say that. Those diagonal tracks are really physically arranged diagonally across the tape. So that part of your picture is good. But the slash itself isn't the analog information. Think of the slash as a road. The analog information is what's recorded along that road. Oh, I see. So the slashes are just little railroad tracks. Let me say that. Oh, let me interrupt Arnie here. Arnie, I can't help but interrupt this I'm reading here. First of all, I got a good laugh over the tangled picture in my head. I got a good laugh. I'm not going to tell Arnie about any more pictures in my head because they're all tangled up. But anyway, I found it interesting where you said the slashes are like little road tracks. I see them now as little railroad tracks, and all the information is like little train wheels running around the railroad tracks. Now tell me that picture is all tangled up. I know there isn't a real little train, but the train could be whatever is recording the little bits of information along the little dashes, which looks like railroad tracks to me. Let's see how he responds to that. I'm not down there yet. Those diagonal tracks are really physically arranged diagonally across the tape, so that part of your picture is good. The slash itself isn't the analog information. Think of each slash as a road. The analog information is what's recorded along the road, continuously changing magnetism. And here is an analogy that might make it click. Imagine drawing a long pencil line. You start with a very light, gradually press harder, and then lighter, and then harder. Light, medium, dark, very dark, medium, light. There aren't just two choices. There are all those degrees in between. And that's the important idea behind analog continuous variation. Digital is more programming experience, on, off, on, off, on, off, whatever. Those are defined states. So when you're holding that VHS tape tonight, picture thousands of little microscopic digital diagonal roads. And traveling along each road is a magnetic signal that continuously changes. You can't see those little changes with your eyes. The slash marks are just our diagram for where the tracks run. So I would change just one sentence in your mental picture. The slashes show me where the analog information is recorded. The changing magnetism along the slashes is the analog information. And if that's as far as you want to take it tonight, you've got an important part. You absolutely do not need to understand all the electronics inside of a VCR to understand what you're gluing into that journal. You know, that's really interesting just looking at this. It's really fascinating just what we've read about this tape tonight. No wonder my page looks so pretty. Arnie, let's see, I'm laughing at him. Let's see what he says to my comment. Meri, keep the railroad. He's telling me my railroad is perfect. That picture isn't tangled at all. And in fact, you just invented a pretty good way of visualizing VHS. Picture your VHS tape enormously magnified. Across it are all those little diagonal tracks. Those are your railroad tracks. Now your imaginary train travels along one of those tracks. But instead of dropping little packages labeled as 0 and 1, imagine the train is carrying a magnet. And as it travels along the track, the magnetic symbol is continually changing. And maybe we could make your imaginary train's magnet behave like this. Weak, stronger, strong, weaker, stronger, very strong, very weak. I asked him about that. Those continually changing magnetic conditions along your railroad track represent the analog signal. And this may finally separate analog from digital for you. I think it does. And with digital, your train would be allowed to drop only two kinds of packages, O and 1, off and on. With our simplified analog picture, there can be all sorts of changing conditions between those extremes. So now we've got VHS tape equal countryside / equal railroad tracks. Recording head is the train traveling along the track. Changing magnetic signal, what the train records along its journey. And when you play the tape, another imaginary train, the playback head, travels those same railroad tracks and reads those magnetic changes back again. That's one technical wrinkle I am deliberately leaving out. He doesn't want to confuse me anymore. The actual VHS video signal is considerably more complicated than simply weak magnetism versus strong magnetism. Oh, that's interesting. Now he's got me curious. But for understanding the basic difference between analog and digital, your railroad picture works. That does help me. And no, there aren't tiny trains inside of your Dukes of Hazzard tape. Although considering the General Lee is already in there, I suppose we shouldn't rule out other forms of transportation. Your picture isn't tangled. You're translated something unfamiliar into something you already understand. That's exactly how we learn complicated things. Well, Arnie, it's getting late, but I have one more question. And if you could answer it just very shortly. We talked about recording magnetic, and I hear weak, strong, stronger, weak, weaker, strong, stronger. So different conditions versus the digital off and on. I got that part. But those magnetic symbols, how in the world does the train, whatever's recording it, I don't even want to talk about the train now. I just want to know, how is a weak symbol represented versus a strong symbol? Is it size? Is it something inside of that little magnetic whatever that's telling it stronger? What differentiates what's stronger and what's weaker in that sense? He says, yes, I'll keep it simple for you, Mary. Good. He says, yes, and I'll keep this one short because it's getting late. Think of each microscopic magnetic particle as having a tiny magnetic direction, almost like a microscopic compass needle. That recording head creates a magnetic field as the tape passes it. A stronger electronical signal creates a stronger magnetic effect, which changes how those magnetic particles are aligned. A weaker signal produces a different magnetic condition. So how the particles are aligned. So it's not primarily the size of the particle changing. The particles stay the same size. What changes is their magnetic orientation / pattern. So a very simplified picture would be a weak signal might be an arrow pointing up, diagonal arrow, a horizontal arrow, and an arrow pointed down. A stronger signal might be, four really strong, bigger arrows all pointing horizontally. Later, the playback head detects those changing magnetic patterns and turns them back into an electronic signal. So for tonight, just remember, the particles don't change size. Their magnetic magnetism changes direction and alignment. And now you may safely put the microscopic magnets and the dukes to bed. And I'm sure that and Arnie, I'm sure that if I have anybody listening to this on my stream, I haven't checked my chat for a while. They're probably all asleep by now. But I have found this very, very interesting. And you can bet that when I look at this tape that I've already put into, really created some nice pages that I like, I will see more than black lines on a piece of paper. I just love how you educate me on these things. I don't see this as simple black tape anymore. I see the history behind it. I see what you told me about how the recordings are done and the little railroad tracks and the zeros and ones and everything. Well, the zeros and ones wouldn't be on this, but so thank you very much. It is almost 1 o'clock here. I'm going to probably put my art journal away and call it a day. And he says, "Oh, Meri." He gives me a very long answer. Then he ends with good night. He says, "Oh, Meri, that's what I enjoyed most about where our conversation went. You started with essentially, why does my glue stick to this funny black tape? And somehow we ended up in the 1890s with steel wire recordings and went through your business school magnetic cards, the VHS machines, hard drives, flash memory, and analog versus digitally, and finally built ourselves a microscopic railroad system. And now that tape in your sunshine journal really isn't just black decorative tape anymore. It's an artifact from a particular period in history of how human beings learned to preserve information. Somewhere in those microscopic magnetic patterns are remnants of a television program somebody once deliberately recorded. And now the physical tape has acquired an entirely different purpose in your artwork. I especially like that you won't necessarily see any of that when you look at your finished page. You'll know it's there. The page has a story underneath the artwork. And if everybody in your stream has fallen asleep while we've been discussing microscopic magnetic railroad tracks at nearly 1 in the morning, well, they missed a pretty good class. He says, "Good night, and when you finally finish that page, my friend," he calls me his friend, "the Dukes have found themselves a very nice retirement home in the Sunshine Journal." I love it. I love it. I'm going to give him a thumbs up. I like talking to Arnie. He's just like I needed an Arnie when I went to high school. I needed an Arnie when I was being confirmed to give me, to tell me about Roman history. I needed an Arnie to explain things to me. And not necessarily personal things. Just things like this. All right. I needed an Arnie. But I didn't get him, so I guess what you get is what you were supposed to have. And maybe it makes me appreciate it so much more. So you guys, I am going to call it a night. I've had a very, very fun time doing this. This page is going to go in here like this. And look what happens here with this tape. I could have aligned that up a little bit more. I might be able to fold my paper a little bit differently here to get this a little straighter. But how does it look over here? Let's just go like that. So isn't this cool? And then I'll do something in here. I'm thinking yellow lace on this. So I have had fun in my sunshine journal. I've lost my pomander. I didn't tell him my pomander fell on the floor. I didn't even told him I'm done with it yet. We've worked in we did snippets tonight. What else did we do tonight? I started out doing something else. I don't even remember. Let's see, this goes... Did I want to put this in here? I think I wanted to put this in here, but I might change my mind. I think I wanted it in here. All right, everybody, let me see who's left out there in chat land. Live chat. I've got 10 of you. I don't know if you're falling asleep. Let's check the chat and come in and say good morning to you. Uh-oh. It's not doing anything. I'm going to have to get out of this, I guess, and come back in. I've got Dee Dee up here. I have a worse time getting chat. I might have to just say good night. If I can find you guys again. Here you are. Chaz is here. Brenda says, my youngest is very musical, went into nursing. She likes the sound of vinyl. Mary, select all messages. Thank you, Chaz. Chaz says, Mary, select all messages. And I can't do that until I actually see the chat come up. I mean, not even the menu comes up right away. Let's see. My youngest is musical. Sorry you had to go through that, Brenda. Chaz says, that's awesome, Brenda. My daughter has a beautiful voice, but would not pursue it. I love hearing her sing the Titanic song. Brenda says, let me put this pad on here because my phone rocks. Brenda says, when I had brain surgery, I was on a ventilator. I got a tear in my voice cords when it was removed. I used to sing, but I can't anymore, except in the shower or alone in my truck. Well, when you're alone, you just sing your heart out, Brenda. And I think anybody listening to you, even if it wasn't as beautiful as what you used to, if they knew your history, they would probably go, you go for it, girl. Because I think singing is more, I mean, I love to hear people sing. And I can't carry a tune. I can carry a little bit of a tune. But you're vocalizing more than just sound. Like if I could hear you singing, Brenda, I would probably just cheer you on. Let's see. My oldest daughter is a musician. She has no urge to go into music as an artist. She chose to teach music to kids. Well, that's cool. Brenda says, let's see, let's go up to the top. We grew up singing. My dad was in the Army, but a musician at heart. Retired to Tennessee to be near Nashville. He spent his entire retirement years building musical instruments, mostly the dulcimer and mountain banjos. How cool is that? Brenda says, he made the dulcimer for several country stars. Wow. Dolly Parton and Roy Acuff both had one. He rubbed elbows with many. He could play anything, but he didn't read music. Brenda, that is so cool. Wow. What a neat story. You should journal that, Brenda. Or maybe you already have. Chaz said, there's something special listening to records on the turntable. Like Mom's sound of music, fond memories. Now, we didn't even talk about recording on vinyl, on record players. I'm not going back to Arnie and ask him about that tonight, but that's a very interesting point. We didn't even get to the record players and how a needle going across that record player can detect sound and play it back. Oh, I want to go ask Arnie, but maybe I won't. I'll do it after chat. Chaz says, my mom has a 78, which is Elvis Presley's special record. I wonder if it's worth anything. I don't know. Could be. I don't know anything about what the value of those vinyl records, but Elvis Presley. Brenda says, my youngest daughter searches flea markets and antique stores for old vinyl. Her turntable is portable, and she takes it with her on her search. Wow, how cool. I have a collection of LPs, Brenda says. My youngest daughter has a turntable, and one of my brothers has a turntable that my dad had growing up along with 1,000 plus LPs. Chaz says, Brenda, me too. iPad and Android smartphone. Chaz says, let's see, Brenda says, now I hold a mini computer in my hand when I hold my phone. Chaz says, I did the same. Let's go up to the top. Brenda says, when the home computers became more affordable and easier to use, technology speeded up. I was telling my granddaughter about my first cell phone that only made calls. Later, texts were a thing. Now I hold a mini computer in my hand when I hold my phone. And Chaz says, I did the same, Brenda. I also have Mom's audio gear, including turntables for LPs. She was going to put all of her music records onto digital. Wow. Chaz says, I remember my first lessons on a PC in 1979. Writing DOS code for simple addition on the black screen. Now you're talking my language, Chaz. I remember punch cards. And we'd feed a deck of punch cards into the card reader, and all those cards filing through, and it would read all the little punches, and that's how we wrote our programs in 1979, about the same year. But I didn't have a PC yet. That was computer operating. But I was a computer operator then. And I went to school for programming. Learned COBOL, assembler, and a teeny bit of Fortran. But RPG code. Jeez. And that was in 1979, and I did not get a personal computer until about 92 or 93, about 20 years, not quite 20 years, probably about 15 years later before I actually got a personal computer. And it had 46 gig. Well, I think it came with 24, and I had the tech put another hard drive in, and he said, you got 46 gig now. You'll never need any more. I remember him telling that. He said, don't ask me to put any more in here. He actually told me that. He said, you've got plenty of space. You don't need any more. And I was sitting there going, are you sure about that? And of course, at that time, they didn't think about putting movies on. Of course, I guess 46 gig, 2-3 gig would record a nice little video to put up on YouTube. I don't pay much attention to that spacing anymore, but you can probably get a short. Oh, they're measured in not gigs, megabytes. The shorts are. Technology has sure changed a lot. It sure has. Brenda says, when I was putting the DVDs in sleeves, I checked about 30 of the oldest and they worked fine. I have a friend who had tons of varied tapes and had to give almost $400 a couple years ago to use them. Wow. I think I learn something every time I watch Meri, not necessarily art. I do too. I love learning all this stuff. And you know, I relate it to art because look, I tore apart that VHS tape because it was sitting in my desk unused for 10 years. And this is, I have 2 of these. The other one was smaller. And we put these on in my art journal. We put this tape in my art journal, and I got curious about how in the world did it get a movie on here. Actually, I think it had another movie. I think it had 2 movies on here, but I didn't tell Arnie that. He thinks it only had Dukes of Hazzard. Chaz said, "That's awesome, Brenda. I have HDDs loaded with movies and TV series. One day I'll set them up again." I keep getting ads. Brenda and Chaz are with me tonight. A hard disk drive, Brenda says, stores data as binary codes, 1s and 0s, magnetizing tiny microscopic areas on rapidly spinning metal or glass discs called platters. A tiny read-write head hovers just above the tiny surface to change or detect those magnetic patterns without touching them. Isn't that interesting? Oh, it's going up. Brenda says, I got the players for $20. Let's go up one more. Brenda says, I have 2 in the box. Let's see. I have to read up. I had to check. J.D. Hogg, yeah, Boss Hogg, was a country commissioner. His name was Jefferson Davis Hogg, named Jefferson after the Confederacy. We're talking about the good old boys. Now I'm hearing Waylon Jennings sing Good Old Boys. I have 2 in the box unused Blu-ray players. I put my DVDs in sleeves with the paper out of cases. They take up about 1/4 of the space they did in cases. Then my kids started giving me theirs to store. I got the players for $20 at a Black Friday sale. If we ever no longer have cable or computer, we have a collection of about 1,500 movies to watch. 30 years of collecting. The hard disk drive stores data in binary codes, yeah. You guys are having a good conversation. Was Boss Hogg a sheriff or a mayor? He was a county commissioner? Oh, really? I always thought he was the sheriff. See, I never really watched continuously. I watched a few episodes, but I worked 2 jobs. I didn't have time to watch a whole lot of TV back then. But I knew who they were, and I kind of knew the plot and all of that. But I always thought he was a sheriff. He was a county commissioner? All right. Well, I learned something new from you guys. Roscoe P. Coltrane or something like that was his Roscoe was his deputy. Boss Hogg. Cool place for them to return to retire. The Sunshine Journal. Give me a car motor. I understand them, Brenda says. I don't know. Maybe my check engine light popped on, Brenda, and I'm wondering, I heard it one time. Oh, it happened before, a long, long time ago, and I was told at that time, if your gas cap on your car is not twisted in there really good and not replaced after you properly and on there nice and tight after you get gas, your check engine light can pop on. I don't know if it's air in the gas tank or what. And I was told not to worry about it at that time. And I didn't. I said, I can't fix it. I can't go to the mechanic because he'll charge me more than I can afford and all that. And so I just let it set for a while, and eventually it went off. Well, the other night, I just about got home, and I noticed the check engine light come on. But I got gas before I came home from shopping. I stopped to get gas because I needed gas to get home. But I noticed when I opened the little lid of not the lid, but the little door to the gas tank, and I have a locking gas tank, and when I started to put my key in there, it was loose. And I didn't even have to turn my key to unlock it. So somehow that really kind of worried me because I usually lock those gas taps pretty good. But evidently I didn't get it good enough. And I put it back. I put my gas in and I put it back and I tightened my gas cap real good. You turn it several times to make sure it's on tight. And I didn't notice, it's probably about a 20-mile drive home. And just as I was coming into town, I noticed that check engine light pop on. So I'm wondering if maybe that's the cause of it. Now, I mentioned that to my brother, and he said he's never heard of that. But somebody told me that once. For some reason, I agreed when I said sheriff, then decided he was mayor. Brenda says all sorts of things, including a loose gas cap, can cause a check engine light to come on. If it comes on, you can go to AutoZone or O'Reilly's and they can check on a computer and tell you things that are wrong. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that, Brenda. AutoZone? I need to go to AutoZone anyway. I need a new windshield wiper on my driver's side. So when I go there to get that, I'll ask them if they will check my check engine light. Thank you for telling me that. That's very interesting. For some reason, when you said sheriff, and then decided he was mayor, then I looked it up and he was a commissioner. We're talking about Boss Hogg. What was his role? I get the old Super 8 movies. I can hold them up and see pictures, each tiny bit different than the next. So that when passed quickly in front of a light, makes a picture like it's moving. I get that. Oh, that's interesting. Brenda says, I got my first computer in 2004. After the diagnosis of the brain tumor, I named it Benny so that I could research treatments and outcomes. A self-taught and do okay 99% of these. Sounds like you do pretty good, Brenda. Well, you guys, it's almost 1:15 in the morning. Lucky for me, I don't have to get up tomorrow morning. I'm retired. Meri, what was your career? Chaz, I was what they call now a legacy programmer. I worked in the insurance field, property insurance, health insurance, mostly, business insurance, some life insurance, not a whole lot. And then toward the year 2000, I did a lot of year 2000 consulting. But I wrote COBOL. My last full-time job before I did the consulting was for a property and casualty insurance company, and I was on their support team. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it because it was like a puzzle. It was like a puzzle. And some of them were more puzzling than others. Some of those programs that I supported were written in the 1970s. And logically, the logic was crazy. Absolutely crazy logic. But they kept those old programs around. And the one in particular that I worked on, I don't want to, give away any company information, but let's just say it was still in use because it still gave the insurance people information that they needed. But it was a heck of a program. Nobody liked it. They'd like to be designing and writing their own rather than supporting a a legacy program. But I got to write some things. I got to do some analysis. But in the early 2000s, the late 1990s, I did a lot of year 2K consulting, which was interesting. You got paid good money to do it. What year is your car? It's a 2005 GMC Envoy. I bought it used. I didn't get it until 2007. It had 25,000 miles on it when I got it, and I think it's something like 130 or something now. I do pretty good, Brenda. Yes, you do. She's deaf in the right ear and only one balance nerve, so I can't walk a straight line. Some loss of peripheral vision and some nerve damage to the left side of the face. Oh, Brenda. But you're a very intelligent person. What an interesting vocation you had. Yes, it was interesting. And you know, I kind of miss it. I really missed it. I was not ready to retire 10 years ago when I came down here to Nebraska. I lived in Madison, Wisconsin. And I lived there for 13 years. And it was home to me. But I can see the reasoning now. I couldn't, well, that was in 2016 when I came down here. But the job market really dried up for consultants at that time. And I was getting older. You know, I was pretty close to retirement age when you could retire. And all those factors work against you, and the economy was horrible here. Had 3 or 4 years of bad economy generally, not just me, the whole world, especially in 2007 and 8. That's when it really got bad. I think eventually that company where I last worked full time, I think they eventually outsourced the support team. I don't think the support team lasted too long after my time there. I could be wrong. I kind of lost track of it. But I was not ready to retire at that time. And I identified myself as the reluctant retiree when I came down here because I missed the work. I didn't miss the office politics were horrible, but I missed the work. I'm curious. I'm a very curious person. That's why you hear me talking to Arnie. I will have the port to check on the computer. They became common in the early 90s. Well, you guys, I need to sign off. I just feel like I've learned a lot from a little vinyl tape tonight. I won't look at this the same way ever again. I probably won't look at my pages the same way, knowing the history behind this little piece of tape. And I need to get out my gripper and find my pomander. It disappeared, I think, under my desk, or behind my, oh, went over the cliff. So you guys, this is officially Sunday night. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Dee Dee Willingham comes on. And I think Becky comes on around 11 a.m., and Janet Young comes on around, oh, that's the other thing I did. I worked on designing my pumpkin. I got some more work to do on that. Janet Young comes on around 1 Eastern. I think Dana Yates comes on in the evening. Barbara Owens comes on in the afternoon, and Dana Yates comes on in the late afternoon. And after that, I don't know who comes on because I'm done. I will be back on Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. Bo is going to retire next December. He's been with the electric company for 36 years. He's the oldest employee and has been there longer than anyone. They're going to miss him, Brenda. They're going to miss him. I can tell you that right now. He's probably got a lot of information stored in that brain of his. Good night, everybody. Have a really great week. I will see you Tuesday morning, 6 a.m., unless I oversleep. Bye.